Well, good morning, councillors. Welcome to the ordinary meeting of council for June. Welcome to all of those in the gallery and those that are watching online. We do appreciate your interest in today's meeting. Acknowledging Acting CEO Nick Hauser. Thank you, Nick, and all those present in the room. Thank you very much for your attendance. We'll open the meeting by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guybil, Jarrawa and Bigabul peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. Councillors, before we move to item number 2, we've got a very special guest today, Jason Berry, who'll be presenting to us. I would like to mention just as an insight, I guess, and we are all aware of it with some of the decisions we're needing to make in the lead up to the budget tomorrow. But I would like to highlight a particular area that have done an extraordinary job in council by way of what would be classed as business as usual, in the normal business as usual scene, and that is our Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery. And the Regional Coordinator of Art Gallery and Cultural Services, Sue Lostro, and her team. Because on the 30th of May, the launch of the winter season exhibitions took place. Now, at a time when there's additional pressure on council staff to do the day-to-day job, I really wanted to, on behalf of all of us, give a shout out to the team, to Sue and her team, because they actually launched, there were 6 exhibitions that were launched, those being the Archie Moore Meow, which is a tour of the National Portrait Gallery collection. And in fact, last year, Archie Moore won the Golden Lion for Best National Participation at the 60th Venice Biennial International Art Exhibition for his work. That's an extraordinary exhibition in its own right. The second is the International Art Textile Biennial for this year. The third is in Intersections, Changing Views of Old and New. The fourth exhibition is In Her Honour, celebrating Lucy, and this is actually the 75th anniversary of the gifting of the Fred and Lucy Gould art collection to the people of Toowoomba. So that's a great exhibition. The fifth one is Dust Country, and the final one is English Rose, Australian Thorn. So a shout out to Sue and her team, and I know councillors would have been present at that as well and aware of it, but I just wanted to emphasise that in the lead up to tomorrow, to emphasise the amount of effort that our council staff are actually doing at the moment, which, as I said from the start, could be seen as business as usual, but it is taking additional effort to achieve at the moment. So thank you very much to Sue and her team. Councillors, we move then to item number 2, which is the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment. And as I said, I'm very pleased to welcome Jason Berry from Scripture Union Australia Chaplaincy Program. Jason, welcome to you. It was only, I think, last week we had the frontline dinner where you emceed it and almost turned into a game show host at some stage, which was very good. You did a terrific job, but not only that, councillors, in more recent times, Jason was the guest speaker at the mayoral prayer breakfast at Millmerran. It was quite an early start for us, Jason. We got out there and again presented well, raising money for Scripture Union for Millmerran, Peter 10. And just prior to that, you attended the Emu Creek State School 150th as part of the stalls there. So appreciate your work, Jason, and hand over to you. Thank you.
And thank you, Mayor Jeff, and everyone for being here today and for inviting me. It is very humbling because I am just a simple boy, a simple Toowoomba boy, I should say, who just is passionate about young people. I've always been working with young people since I left high school, and it is a privilege that I've been a previous chaplain at Centenary Heights State High School and Flexi School for 7 years, and it was my old high school. So getting a chance to come back under Mary Ann Walsh, the principal, if you know her, going from principal to then partly basically my boss, it was a privilege then, and it continues to now be a privilege for me to step into the Scripture Union Toowoomba Field Development Manager. And so my role is to be a chappie for the chappies, basically. And so I don't want to throw a lot of stats at you guys today. I want to give you a better clarity and maybe understanding of what a chaplain does in the school, share from some personal stories in my life. They will be very summarised because there is a lot of depth to often when we share stories. 10 minutes is hard for me, and Jeff will know that as well, so I'll try to obviously keep tight. Before I share those stories, I'll give you a bit of insight into our Toowoomba region specifically when it comes to chaplaincy. And so we've got 30 chaplains currently employed, and that could be from a chaplain being 4 hours a week at a little school in Kindon, state school. So I'll drive all the way out there and support alongside Leisha, the principal out there, and Chappie Claire, and she was at the Millmerran prayer breakfast actually and gets supported by Barry in that sort of area. And then we go all the way through to full-time chaplains. It is rare to have a full-time chaplain because there is a lot of funding constraints. I was a full-time chaplain. I had a $45,000 shortfall every year that I always was able to meet, but I never asked for money. I would just share stories with businesses and churches and people that are often supporters of chaplaincy, and they would donate straight to the SU accounts that is allocated to every single school. And so every school can get funding from the federal government. They've had that since 2007, when I think it was John Howard, our Prime Minister, brought that in as a National Student Wellbeing Program funding, NSWP for short, and they can get $20,280 max per school. So at Centenary Heights and Flexi, Mary Ann Walsh, my principal, was able to get both two $20,000 amounts. It was very rare, but they were classed as two different campuses. So I was able to have the 40-odd thousand plus 45,000 sort of left over for that service cost for a full-time wage by the end of when I was finishing chaplaincy. I will also say that a school like Harristown State High School, which Chappie Howard and Chappie Laura, two chaplains, are there sharing days across, they don't get any government funding. They've never got funding since 2007. It is very odd how the federal funding is handed out, and you can try and figure it out, but SU, we don't even know how it all works. The school just says yes or no to funding, and they receive it or don't receive it. So there is then a big shortfall across 54 schools that I manage across those 30 chaplains in this region, and that shortfall currently for this last annual year was $680,000 needed to keep the chaplains on their current hours. So from a 4-hour through to the full-time, everyone had different shortfalls, $680,000. Now, we had a frontline dinner recently where our Mayor Jeff and Rebecca and I think Tim came along. I was very supportive of you guys coming along and your endorsement. We were able to raise $45,000 so far, which is pretty cool because last year's frontline dinner we raised $16,000. So there's been a big jump with community getting behind the idea of chaplains and what they do in the schools. And so I got a chance to MC that night. We heard stories from chaplains, businesses that have come on board and supporting. And so that was a really great night that we shared together. Raffles, all the above. We had to raise money on the night. So what is a chaplain? If you're sitting here and you've heard stories of what a chaplain is, maybe in another context, it can sometimes blur the waters a little bit on what a chaplain actually does in the school. I'll say straight up front, a chaplain is not a religious instructor or educator in the school. They're not there evangelising. They're not there trying to bring anyone to go to a certain church or believe a certain faith either. But yes, SU, Scripture Union, is a Christian non-denominational organisation, so a not-for-profit organisation, and we have Christian workers that come into our state schools, except Glenvale Christian College, which is our one private school that we're in this region. They come into the school and they basically are a gap filler or a bridger between other support staff members in the school. They are putting their hand up and saying, what is the need? Can I help? And often when we do the interviews with the school, which is followed by, I should say, it's after I do a screening interview with every single person, they need to have a Cert 4 in youth work, minimum. Often a lot of them are overqualified. So people that have got big degrees, diplomas in pastoral care and counselling, and yet they're not doing that in the chaplain role. They are providing a basic pastoral care need, social emotional support for young people, and also for families and staff included as well. And so with that said, that gives a bit of a, okay, you just gave that definition, Jason. That's still very broad. And this is the reality and also the dilemma that I have in my role. When you have 54 schools that can all have so many different needs, the chaplain, when they get interviewed at that school, needs to be a right fit person. And that's not a discrimination or a prejudice to a certain type of person, but the principal is ultimately the one that I work alongside and we partner for them to then say, yes, we would like that chaplain to be contracted into our EQ school environment. And so I work with the principal. The principal can uninvite or invite a chaplain whenever. That can be a little bit contentious or a little bit controversial, because the principal can just cut straight away because we are contracted in their school. And it's very rare that that would happen. You go through a process, of course, performance reviews, things like that with chaplains. But yeah, that's a lot of, it's a very hard thing to describe the chaplain role, but it's basically whatever the need is. So for me, and many chaplains, it's one-on-one support I was offering students. So I'll do one-on-one pastoral care, which you need permission from parents to do. So the parents will know that the chaplain is catching up one-on-one with your student if it's ongoing. That needs to be done through the school permission forms. We provide templates, and the Department of Education, we follow in those rules. So we're not trying to do our own little thing under the radar. EQ doesn't know. No, we're doing everything with EQ knowing and the school knowing, very transparent. Group work, so facilitation, a lot of our chaplains, if not all of them, are pretty much trained in some evidence-based programs. Rock and Water, Rhythm to Recovery, Drum Beat, Seasons for Growth, which is a grief and loss program, Chat, which is all about multicultural hearing and understanding and telling each other, like working together. There's a lot of group facilitation that chaplains can do. There's also opportunities where chaplains can work alongside students and help them with student-led initiatives. So in my case, I had the opportunity 3 years in where my principal invited me to go to the student leadership team and start bringing some ideas on how they can do better community within the school, because post-COVID, community and families were sort of very outer from the school community in our context at the school. And so I was able to help to initiate a family dinner, which started as a family breakfast with one dad rocking up, which was very disheartening, but then going all the way through to having 200 people rock up once a term and having Domino's fully cover 60 pizzas completely free, having all the drinks covered. The P&C come on board, gave me a $2,000 budget per year because they saw the value of myself working alongside student leaders to bring families to come in. And it wasn't a chaplaincy initiative in the public eye. I was working behind the scenes to empower our student leaders so they could host the nights, they could share what they're doing in the school community. And so that was a real privilege and honour for me to be able to help student leaders really get behind everything that they're doing and empower them just from my skills and talents that I'd had in my previous work. Another initiative was Lunchtime Legends, which Jeff and many people have come along to in the past, where we got 20 services to come into the school, and this would be like your mental health services on Mental Health Week, or whether there's an Are You OK Day, Wear It Purple Day, whatever it might be. My role at Centenary Heights by those last few years was to basically be in charge of all the awareness, coordination with services that come into the schools. And so that was a real privilege to then have, our Mayor Jeff and a few people come along and share at those events, and basically just equipping our young people with better information on how to do belonging and inclusion, really, really important in our school. Those are very macro things, but I'll share probably one or two, quick stories of just how, I guess, it's less to do with Jason Berry and more to do with I was positioned as a chaplain and had an opportunity to not be restricted within education, which is great for the teachers. There is education support that's so important, but a chaplain has a bit of freedom to move around a little bit, to be in the class, to be at the playground, to sit alongside the kid that's been a victim of bullying, to sit with the bully and explain and start talking about other options that you can do other than yelling those words or throwing that punch, or sitting down with a kid that's pending expulsion because the principal and all the other support teams of members have struggled with the kid, and I'm sitting down just having a whole half an hour to just listen to the young man or young lady, and seeing those young people start to turn around and choose other choices to the point where they end up maybe in leadership positions. That was like the big highlight of my role. And for me, one important story that I think as a chaplain, because I do say to chaplains a lot, even though you feel like you're not making a difference, you are by just being present and keep rocking up and just being a caring, friendly adult. And so for me, it was a grade 10 kid that just was not going to school. And some of you guys might actually know this young person. I caught up with him on Saturday, actually. He reached out to me now as an adult to have some further life advice, working with his mum, of course. And he was a school captain 2 years ago, I believe. And he was not going to school. He had anxiety. He didn't know why he wasn't going to school. He would lock himself in his room. Myself and the engagement officer would come to his home about every second week for about 6 different visits. Eventually, he comes out of his room. We're playing pool together. I let him win one time, and then I build some resilience by letting him lose too. Like it's just life. And then he starts playing his guitar and starts singing a song, and I didn't realise that this young man, that he had never performed publicly in front of anyone outside of his family before. So I didn't realise the significance. When I say to chaplains, you don't realise it, but you don't know what's happening behind the scenes. Fast forward 12 months, he then applies for the school captain role. And then he gets the school captain role from a kid that was pending expulsion because he had so much anxiety, is now up public speaking every single week in front of his school. Was I the answer? No. Was I part of the answer? Yes. And part of the answer was just being a consistent presence, an adult, maybe a good male mentor or role model in this young man's life that really spoke into his life, that spoke life over him, and he got to the point where he could believe in himself, and now he was the school captain. And in his speech, he basically this is what brought me to tears when I was watching his speech later on, because the principal said, "You should watch this guy's speech. I think you'll get encouragement out of it." He said, "I basically just want to be an example of what the chaplain, JP Jace, did for me. I want to do that for you guys as a school captain." And I was just sitting there going, what an honour and privilege to be an example of, hopefully, someone who can bring belonging and acceptance and leadership in that space. I've seen kids that have been at the end of their life and being right in that moment to either catch them. And when I say end of their life, I mean literally there are moments where there's been kids with medication at home where I've rung a parent, and Jeff's heard the full story, and the parent is just of lost words of why you rang at that particular time. How did you know the kid was in that situation? I didn't. But I just had a caring gut feeling that we all can follow when we're being chaplains really ourselves of supporting people. And we just follow that voice. And in the end, it can literally change a life, it can save a life, it can impact a life. And there's countless stories, but my 10 minutes is up, and I basically wanted today to just give you a bit of insight that I can be approachable as the field manager by any of you guys. I would love to share more stories. Yes, there's a $680,000 shortfall, but I'm not asking for money. I'm just asking for potentially you guys to have maybe a better understanding through the Department of Education documents I've sent out and the snapshots, so that there is a better clarity of what we do in the schools. And hopefully when we have events, we'd love to have you guys take turns coming along to different events as well, because I pray and hope that you guys will get encouraged yourselves as adults at those events. So thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks very much, Jason. Any questions, Councillor James and Kerry, Councillor Carroll?
Thanks. Well, sorry, I've seen people on the other side do this, so I might do this, so I'm not breaking my neck or you're not seeing the back of my head. Jason, thank you so much for what you said. Just probably a comment and a question. I wholeheartedly agree with the philosophy and everything you've said, and the understanding around the impact that you can have on young people's lives. And I think one of the key things I've sort of learned, or think that I've taken on board, that someone said to me once, particularly, and it related it to youth, but it's in life. Everybody, whether it's myself or anyone around this table, to young youth, if you break it down, you want someone to be proud of you. So I go home tonight after work and tell my wife I did this or that, and then so well done. Not in many cases, but in some cases, some of our youth, obviously, they don't have that person that whereas chappies can fill that role where they see that there's someone that makes them feel proud.
Yeah.
So that gives them that encouragement to want to, it's almost like that, not let that person down, because they think, okay, there's someone that's proud of me, as opposed to in the past maybe thinking no one cares, no one's interested.
Yep.
And so that's my comment. And the question I had for you as well, I think there's some opportunities for you as well with council through our Youth Connect, our youth leaders, also our youth advisory committees. I think we can probably might reach out to you separate to this, and how we can, because it's a similar sort of story. Yeah. My question for you though is, in this modern times, we hear and understand a lot more about the pressures that are on our youth and the challenges through social media and all sorts of different things. And a common question that we've sort of been speaking about is are all these issues more prevalent now because there's a bit more exposure to them than, say, they were 10, 15 years ago? Yep. Or is it the same, we just didn't hear as much about it, or it was more not something that was spoken about, as opposed to now it is something that is a lot more, that people understand and actually see and hear about?
Yep, I think there is definitely an overexposure of information to young people today. contents. Like I was at a breakfast recently where Jeff came along as well, where pornography, for example, is a subject for young people that often can be talked about. Is it a yay or nay? Is it a good or bad thing for people? And in the end, they were just talking about how it's affected young people because of exposure through devices. So they talk about dumb phones and where you just got the text and phone call only, which they call dumb phones. And it is so interesting. When I came in as a chaplain, after being in the school, finishing in grade 12 in 2011, coming back in 2017, and I was so knocked back by grade 7s in the way that what they were talking about, the topics that they were involved with already, and the content that was already on devices that they'd either got themselves or parents or whatever it might be. And I think there's a lot of education that needs to be done around the exposure element. I think the more you're exposed to information, the kids also want to lean back from reaching out to anyone in their personal world because they get it all on their phone. And so they don't want to. I think that my generation, even me being a 30-year-old, still a younger person in a way, compared to these guys, I was all about respect and authority and following teachers and following adults and what they would say. But kids these days, they're questioning everything because they've got their own information. And so kids, this is what I said to chaplains recently. Kids don't need you to tell them what to do or to give them more information because they'll just search and do their own stuff anyway. They just need someone to know that someone cares and is willing to listen. And at that point, they will glean off every single word you say. It's that old quote of they don't care what you say until they know what is it how you feel. It's that someone's heard that quote before of when you know it's that person wants the best for you, then they're gleaning off everything you're saying. I also believe that the more content that is going around, I don't think there's a big difference between when we were kids versus these kids today with just the natural bullying that can happen and peer pressure and all those issues that you have as going through puberty, all those things. But you now couple that and compound interest that with a lot of extra information today that kids will have. Yes, it makes it hard for teachers. And I'm seeing teachers just being so stressed. I'm sitting there as a what would I have been back then? 23, 24-year-olds talking to a 50-year-old teacher experienced all their life and they're breaking down in their office. And just because I was a friend for them, I didn't realise how much I was just going to be a listening ear for a 50-year-old teacher that's bawling their eyes out in a private office and just saying, these kids are just this, and this, and they're doing this, and this, and I can't do this, and this. So I'd come into her class and I'd run an icebreaker activity to try and learn and get them to respect the teacher a little bit better. So that was a privilege as well. But yeah, they don't care what you have to say until it's gone. There's a quote around how when the person knows how they feel, because people don't remember what you say; they remember how they felt when they were with you. And I said to a young man who was youth crime, who was involved with so much stuff, a lot of criminal record was already happening. He's a grade 10 student, and I said to him, when he did a small little act in the school, like it was just a little thing where he helped out someone, and I said, mate, I heard about that. I just want to let you know I'm proud of you. And I didn't think much of the phrase. I was just saying it because there's an opportunity as an older male to say that to a young male. They might not have heard that before. The guy starts tearing up and he's pushing it down. He's like, oh, no, I won't say the words that he's thinking about himself, but he's wiping his tears away. He's like, oh, I'm a wuss and all that sort of stuff. I said, mate, you should feel that. Close the door, have a feel. Here's the tissues. And this young man, that was a breaking point for him, that then saw him step into a sports captain role, which I reckon he would have gone down the path of gang-related sort of stuff, which he was involved with. And so that's not Jason Berry magic, that's just caring adults that we all can do. We can all be chappies, really? Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Carey, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Tim.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Jason, for your presentation today. I apologise for not being able to make the dinner this year, but just listening to you today, you're definitely one of those rare people who are in the right job, and the young people of Toowoomba and the region are very fortunate to have you there. Just you mentioned that in order to counsel or talk with a student, you need the parents' consent. Unfortunately, in the world that we live in, sexual abuse at schools or at home, for that matter, is prevalent, more so than apparently it was years ago. How can you navigate that situation where you can't obviously get the consent of a parent who might be a perpetrator.
Yep.
How do you get around that situation?
Yeah, I will clarify the first engagement we always call the freebie, because when a young person is approached, like in my context, if they came to my Chappie office in A block at Centenary Heights, knocked on the door and go, "Hey Chappie," and they might have seen me DJing at the social, and I would have created a fun environment for them, so they felt like, who could I talk to? Oh, I'll go to the to the DJ Chapo guy instead of the guidance officer or anyone else. I was often that connector then to the right counsellors, because I wasn't a counsellor, and when it got deep, like heavy stuff was disclosed, I walked with the young person to the right people where they didn't need the permission to go through the process. But because that young person disclosed in the first case, I didn't need permission to engage the young person in that first case scenario, but if you were to do ongoing support, after that you needed parent permission. There were particular cases where a principal can, because of a family situation, you can try and find a grandparent or someone, a carer, guardian, you try to find a bit of a way, but you need to still obviously have a communication with them. I think that's very difficult, Kerry, because it's sad to say this, but there were countless times where there were young people that come and they wouldn't open up to anyone and everyone, and they sit down on the couch and they're quiet, and we play a game of Uno, and then they're just like, life's really hard, and I'd use the analogy of life's like a game of Uno. You don't get the choice of the cards, they get dealt to you, but you get a choice in how to respond. And so in this moment right now, you've got the green 6 and there's a red 4 down there, and you're like, I don't know how to put this down. Do you feel like that right now? Yeah. And so the boy or girl would then, I use that analogy all the time when I was getting them to open up, and eventually they would just share, I'm really low on thoughts right now. I was like, do you want to expand on that? So obviously, as part of pastoral care or accidental counselling, which all of our chaplains get trained in, they get trained in first aid, mental health training as well, so they need to understand the basics. They're not just letting anyone go into school and just say nice things to kids all the time without letting the school know what we're doing. But when it came to a subject of my dad touched me last night, or because it was very broad at the start, and then you can't add on to it because that's just basic around pastoral care. You can't add words to the young people then to say, yeah, they agree. So you just keep saying, can you, that's really hard for you. Are you able to just clarify what do you mean? Where did he or she touch you? And that was really difficult, because on the inside of any chaplain or any person that's caring, you're freaking out on the inside, but you're not showing it because you want to be that calm presence for a young person, grade 12 to grade 7. I think the hardest thing for me was when a young person was disclosing that they were suicidal on that day, because they had another person who'd passed away by suicide as well, and that puts them on a high risk. And so I was catching up, and I prompted the young person to come and see me, and I said, could you just check in at lunch break? And the young person started opening up about that, and had a means, had all the stuff at home, had some particular methods, and straight away I was able to convince the young person who didn't want to let the parent know, didn't want to let anyone know, but I said, I've got to let people know because I care about you, but I'm also, it's an obligation, you know. We always have to let the parents know or a carer know when a young person is unsafe for themselves or other people. That's teachers, that's everyone has to do that, so chaplains are not exempt from that. And I've done a lot of student protection reports with principals as well, unfortunately, and the young person has to go into the care of someone else while something's happening right at the front gate. I've also been in a situation where a young person's come to try and bring a big butcher knife to school, and I didn't realise it was with him in his sleeve, and was standing at the front gate, and I said, mate, what were you going to do if you saw that person? Oh, I've got protection. Or what do you mean? Oh, I've got this. And I said, mate, can you just put that on the ground for me? In the end, no training. For me, I'm like, what do you do with a big knife that he's just got from home down the road? But I stood on top of the thing and I continued to talk to him. And in the meantime, I'm texting one of my support people to come to the front gate. Well, I'm just keeping this guy calm, but he was, there was a lot of psychosis stuff that was happening in that case, very rare. And next thing, it's like an episode of Blue Heelers and 5 cop cars jumped over the edge of the curve. Blue Heelers, I'm not that young, or older, I watched it with my dad. Jumps over the curve and jumps straight to that young man because neighbours were saying there was a kid walking around with a knife. And that was my first year of chaplaincy. So you just find yourself in all sorts of situations where you need to just, sometimes you're doing a lot of, improvisation professionally, and just going through the basics of the care of the young person, but also we need to let the right people know. So I didn't find it was too hard, but it was a conflict at the same time, working with parents that often could be the perpetrator. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Carroll and Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much, Jason, for your talk. I have a close relationship with mostly primary schools, and I do want to, there's many stories like that, I'm sure, and I guess that's where the teaching staff also play a huge role, particularly in the smaller schools. I'm very close to Emu Creek, and I remember there some years ago, there was a young lady who she's just put in the care of her grandmother, and she'd been at 6 schools, and that was in the year before. And our Chappie, you know Chappie out there at Emu, and she does an amazing job. She's just, the kids love her, and fills that space where in the days we're living these days, there often is no support family for anyone there. So in cases like that, it's just an amazing, I suppose, added asset to the school, because the teachers are so caring as well. So they know all the students, and I suppose that doesn't happen in the larger schools. But I have to support. I'm sorry too, I didn't get to the dinner. But I have to support them, and I think that, particularly in the rural areas also, like I come from Gundawindi, so Kinden's quite remote, and, I just pay tribute to what they do, and yourself for overseeing all that. So I think that we don't know, I guess, that social media also has been mentioned, plays a huge role, and bullying is rife, and I think it's increased because of social media, and that's where the Chappies come into their own as being that independent, just outside person that our students can go to. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah. That's Chappie Annette at Emu Creek, and we started together, Chappie Annette and I, and she does 4 schools, which an average chaplain is doing 2 or 3 schools, so all different cultures, different contexts, and they're supporting. She's great.
She's got the feeling vibes, so she's really...
Yeah.
Very good. Councillor Tim, then we'll wrap it up.
Thanks, Jason. I remember very well my first day as a new teacher, straight out of uni and sent to North Mackay State High School, where I started my career. And you walk in day one, and my staff room said, you want to know what's going on around here, go and have a chat to the Chappie at their office. And so week 1 at a new school in a new town, and the Chappies, they were the ear to the ground. They knew what was going on, and don't underestimate the support for teachers as well. My question is around loneliness. It's a pandemic, really, in the adult population here and everywhere else, and just it baffles me that school kids are around their classmates all day, every day, but still loneliness in our young people. So how are you guys helping with that?
Yeah, part of the Lunchtime Legends initiative was to, and the simple concept is you were creating a legend or legends in a lunch break, and often it was the kids that were maybe not seen, or they felt like they weren't acknowledged, or they were looked over, that were able to sort of maneuver the activity or challenge so that that young person potentially is put in a place where they win and they get the $20 tuck shop voucher, which in currency for us as adults, that's like $2,000 to these kids. And so they felt an acceptance by a whole group of young people in a public space, and then friendships were built in that context. Often they're my biggest regular, and I shouldn't say it's simple concern, because it is loneliness and friendship issues is a big issue for the young people. And as adults, we can go, friendship issues, loneliness, the kids have just got to go through that phase, but it's huge for them. It's like us going through bankruptcy sort of thing in our head and mental health for that context. And so for the young person to sit in a room, and I would give them tips on how to build friendships. I would show them maybe a little media clip. I had a whole bunch of metaphors or ideas to try and inspire the young person to go, if you want a friend, be a friend. That's a little challenge for you. So they go out and try to be friendly with people, and all of a sudden, a year later, they've got a whole friendship group there. So you're giving tips and tricks in the moment and one-on-ones, but it was basically working with the student leadership team to try and build a culture that was belonging. Working with student council was really important. Giving kids a leadership role, even if they weren't acknowledged in a role, helped them to feel connected. And then we did group work for young people as well. These are all not quick fixes either, because there was so many different variety of options you want to try and help a young person. But particularly for young boys and men, loneliness, I think, is the biggest killer. It's the biggest as adults as well. It's a young man sitting in the room acknowledging that he's got a lot of bros and a squad and people around him, and he's very popular, but on the inside he feels just so empty and by himself. And so being able to get him to acknowledge that. And for young ladies, a lot of, I think there still is, for guys as well, but mainly for the ladies, self-image sort of issues, and then they can isolate themselves, and it becomes such a food, eating addictions, and also anorexia and a whole bunch of different things that can come up in the chappie office in that subjects. I think that's just one topic that I think you need to provide a supportive, caring, open environment in a school. 1,900 students at Centenary Heights versus an Emu Creek or a Marmar Creek or whatever it might be. I think you can sometimes not be lost in a small school, but you get lost in big schools, and that's the pros and cons of sometimes a huge beast that is the state school system. I wish I could give you a more silver bullet answer with that, but I think it is just walking alongside someone and acknowledging them and making sure they realise. I always say the phrase, "You are always loved." And people can take that in different directions, but I said, someone will always care about you, someone will always love you, and you don't make promises to kids, but that's one promise I can make, because there will be someone, and it's about just finding that person and finding people in your life, and that gives kids hope. You know, our original phrase for SU was bringing hope to a young generation. I think it was originally back in the day, and that hope is actually just bringing a bit of a light into young people's lives, and they take it or leave it. But often it sometimes turns that frown upside down a little bit for long term. So thank you, Tim. That's a big issue that I think needs to be talked about in so many different contexts, loneliness.
Thanks very much, Jason. Thank you. And again, you are a perfect example of Scripture Union chaplaincy and the work it does. So we appreciate all you do and all the chappies that are in your care across our region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
We'll give Jason a round of applause. So, councillors, we move then to item number 3, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence and declaration of conflicts of interest. We don't have apologies, however, we do note the absence of Councillor Bill, and there's no resolution required in that regard. We do have, I do have one granting of leave of absence submitted by Councillor Melissa Taylor. I'll hand over to you, Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I request that I be granted leave of absence from any special meeting of council or committee meetings or ordinary meetings that may be held between the 30th of June and the 11th of July 2025.
Thanks very much, Councillor Melissa. I have someone to move by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you. Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Just have to attend a funeral this afternoon at 1 o'clock, and I'm seeking leave of absence if the meeting has not concluded by then, and would resume thereafter if it's still going.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. We might just note that through the course of the day, if that's okay. Just if something does happen and we finish miraculously beforehand, but if we don't, then we'll note it, and then obviously note on your return as well. Are there any other leaves of absence that anyone might like to raise at this point? If not, we'll move then to the declaration of prescribed and declarable conflicts of interest. Prescribed conflicts, I have none advised. However, there are a couple of declarable conflicts of interest. I move to Councillor Gary in the first instance.
Item number 8.3, Infrastructure Committee meeting, the 10th of June 2025. Review of the subordinate local law number 1.15, carrying out works on road and interfering with the road or its operations 2020. In relation to item number 3, I request that it be minute that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to this item at the ordinary meeting of Council on the 15th of April 25. Now, Council's decision allow me to participate in the decision about the matter but not vote on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in any decision on the matter but leave the meeting while the matter is voted on. Item number 8.3, Infrastructure Committee meeting the 10th of June 25, review of works on road permit, fees and charges. In relation to item number 4, the Infrastructure Committee meeting the 10th of June, I request that it be meant that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to this item at the Infrastructure Committee meeting on 12th of November 24, and that Council's decision to allow me to participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. Economic Development Committee meeting the 10th of June 25, Development Incentive Policies Review. In relation to item number 3, I request that be minute that I declared a declarable conflict of interest. In relation to item number 4, the Economic Development Committee meeting on the 4th of December 24. Item number 4, extension of expiry date of expiring or expired development incentive policies on my decision to leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on. Item 16.1, Acting Chief Executive Officer's Monthly Report and Quarterly Legal Update, June 25. In relation to item 16.1, I request to be amended that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 12.4, the ordinary meeting of Council of 28th of May 24. Item number 12.4, Toowoomba City Airdrome, and on my decision to leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks very much, Councillor Gary. Then move to a declarable conflict of interest for Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Chair. This is in relation to item 16.1, the Acting CEO's Monthly Report and Quarterly Legal Update. In relation, in relation to item number 16.1, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 12.4 at the ordinary meeting of Council of the 28th of May 2024, item 12.4, Toowoomba City Aerodrome, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Councillor Rebecca. Councillors, are there any other declarations, either prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest at this stage? If not, if there is something that crops up through the course of the agenda, please indicate at that time whether that's you believe you may have or someone else. We then move to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes, and the first of three is the ordinary meeting of Council on the 20th of May, and the motion is that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council dated 20th of May 2025 be confirmed. So moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Our second motion is for the special meeting of a council, which was on the 21st of May, the Toowoomba to Warwick pipeline, and the motion is that the minutes of the special meeting of council dated 21 May be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Our third and final confirmation of minutes is the special meeting of council on the 28th of May, and the motion is that the minutes of the special meeting of council dated 28th of May 2025 be confirmed. Someone move. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconder by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item 5, councillors, which is business arising out of the minutes of the previous meetings. Is there any business arising, councillors? If not, we move to item 6, which is the presentation of petitions, and I understand we have 2 petitions that will be presented. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. To our Acting CEO, I would like to present this petition to you, drawing attention to Council that Bailey Street, Pittsworth, has become increasingly hazardous for residents, drivers and pedestrians due to poor road maintenance, drainage issues, lack of curbing and sealing, and insufficient safety signage. Multiple residents have raised concerns over bitumen erosion, stormwater runoff, unsafe intersections, and the absence of footpaths put the elderly and those with mobility aids at serious risk. There are a number of requests here for council from those residents in Bailey Street, and I present this on behalf of Janelle Jackson and Bailey Street, and the 88 people from Pittsworth who've signed this.
Thanks, Councillor Edwina. We'll do these separately. So the first motion is you're happy to move, Councillor Edwina, that this petition is received for Bailey Street, Pittsworth.
Yes,
happy to move?
Chair, happy to move.
Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. If you'd like to bring that forward to the Acting CEO. Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Thank you. Councillor Tim, I believe you have a petition.
Thank you, Chair. I present this petition today around the construction of a toilet facility at Arthur Shooter Park, Stanley Street, Oakey. And I will read the particulars of such, Mr Mayor. This petition draws the attention of Council the need for a new toilet facility to be constructed at Arthur Shooter Park, Stanley Street, Oakey. The reasons for the toilet facility are as follows. There are no public toilet facilities on the northern side of Oakey Creek and the railway line. 2, the closest said toilets are at the railway station, a 1.4 kilometre drive. 3, Arthur Shooter Park is the location of the only park run in Oakey. In the 8 years and 343 events that have been held, over 10,700 people have participated in these events, and there are no public toilet facilities available for participants in these events. 4, the Arthur Shooter Park is the premier park location for the community. Events such as Australia Day, construction of a toilet facility at this park would negate the need for hire portaloos at such event. Number 5, Arthur Shooter Park has an Indigenous yarning circle, amphitheatre and a children's climbing frame, as well as barbecue and picnic tables. Many young families use the park for recreation and require the use of toilet facilities. And number 6, many dog walkers and people trying to improve their fitness use the park regularly. We, the signees, therefore request that Council construct a new toilet facility at Arthur Shooter Park, Stanley Street, Oakey, opposite the Oakey Scout Hill. Mr Mayor, I have counted around 120 signatures on this petition, signed the vast majority from the Oakey and surrounding suburbs. So I'm happy to move that this petition be accepted by Council.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thanks, Councillor Tim. If you'd like to bring that forward to the Acting CEO. Thank you very much. We then move to item number 7, which is business which the Mayor wishes to have considered at this meeting without notice. It's a mayoral minute, of which there is none today. Item 8 then we move to is the reception of consideration of committee reports. 8.1 is the Planning and Development Committee, of which there was one substantive item, which is the Regional Development Statistics Report, April 2025. Is there any reason to pull that out? Any councillors? If not, we'll go to the motion that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 10 June 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We then move to item 8.2, councillors, which is the Water and Waste Committee, of which there are two substantive items. Item number 3, Emu Creek Dam pre-feasibility investigation, and number 4, which is the review of Millmerran waste facility service levels. Is there any reason to pull any of those out for councillors? Councillor Kerry?
Yeah, item number 3, thanks, Chair.
Councillor Kerry, item number 3. Thank you. Councillor Trevor?
Thanks, Chair. Item number 4.
Item number 4. Okay, well, that's good because they're the only two we'll be voting on, so that makes it pretty straightforward. We'll deal with them in the order in which they present. And item number 3, Jake, welcome to you. Item number 3 is the Emu Creek Dam pre-feasibility investigation. Councillor Shine.
Thanks, Chair. The main point in raising it today is to ask a question or two of the General Manager. I wasn't, as the chair of the meeting last week, I felt I wasn't really in a position to act other than in an impartial manner, and today is a better opportunity to be more forward in my questions. The question I'd like to ask the General Manager is this, that noting that if the committee's resolution of last week is passed today, this will be the end of any further future for the Emu Creek Dam proposition. And I'd also point out the negative aspects of the proposal were well and truly articulated when the feasibility study was proposed. Not just then, of course, but over a number of years, including last term, around about 2006, when the McVeigh report was delivered, and in 1996, when the first examination of the feasibility of Emu Creek was undertaken. Might have been others as well. All of them had something in common, that was that they were negative in their attitude towards the prospect of the dam being successful. My question is, what was the total cost of this exercise on this occasion? We know what the NGENE cost was, but you might tell us what it was, but also to include your estimation of what the cost to the council ratepayers might have been with respect to officers' time involved.
Through the Chair, thank you, Councillor Shine, for your question. In relation to the total costs of this report, and Jenny's total cost for this report, which included an investigation at Emu Creek, as well as a subsequent investigation or preliminary investigation to Nathan Dam, totalled $63,000, of which $49,985 was dedicated to Emu Creek, with the remaining $13,305 for a cost to Nathan Dam. So a total of $63,290 was the total cost for this report. An estimation for Council's time, as this report was predominantly outsourced to NGENE. It's just the time to review, time to present to Council, and that would have been approximately between $5,000 and $7,000 of Council or officer time. So a total, Council, a total cost of about $70,000 for this report, which included, as indicated in the report, quite a detailed pre-feasibility design for pre-feasibility concept for Emu Creek, followed then by another feasibility assessment of Nathan Dam.
No, thank you for that. Second question, if I might ask.
Sure.
The second part of the resolution last week related to proceeding with or supporting the concept of the Nathan Dam being promoted along with the pipeline from eventually to Toowoomba. Bearing in mind that the Nathan Dam project has been talked about for, we're told, I think, for about 120 years, which probably makes it longer than the Bradfield scheme has been talked about, and that the current government hasn't, to my knowledge at least anyway, made any mention of support for it. And noting in the NGENE report that the estimated cost of the project would be $3.4 billion, are there any alternatives, in your view, worthwhile investigating that might perhaps be cheaper and more likely to be achieved within a reasonable period of time?
Thank you, Councillor Shine, and through the Chair. Absolutely, Councillor Shine. As Council and the committee may well be aware, we have a guiding strategic document that looks at all opportunities for water, and that's called Water Vision document. And I have it here for dramatic effect. That essentially looks at the current version looks to forecast water strategy out to the year 2071. And while the committee may not be aware, councillors certainly are, that we have commenced work on the next iteration of Water Vision, which is going to look out to 2076. In that current report out to 2071, long-term water strategy is broken into 3 portfolios. So council is looking to look at the first portfolio is the utilisation of existing supplies. The second portfolio looks at alternative water supplies, with the third portfolio looking at regional water supplies. Nathan Dam would fit into portfolio 3, but there are many other options that are included in portfolios 1 and 2 and 3 that council should consider. There's been many conversation around certainly the chamber about the lead time for major civil projects, including all water projects, so they all fall into that mix, whether they be dams, whether they be large pipelines, or whether they be treatment plants or alternate utilisations of water, these projects take time. And so as a council officer and a general manager, we are looking to ensure that council's strategy is well understood, with the next iteration of Water Vision aiming to provide more clarity on the prioritisation that council feels is appropriate for the next major water supply source, which is required to be in place in and around the 2030s. So early 2030s is when we anticipate, depending on growth. Community growth is probably our primary driver for water supply. Will depend on when that actual source or supply or project is necessitated to be in operation, will be around those early 2030s.
Just to clarify that, this is 2025, so in 7 years' time we will need an alternative or additional source of water supply. Is that right?
That is correct, Councillor Shine. The Chamber will need to make, as the community grows, and if the community continues to grow at the rate it is, it will be within 7 years we'll need to have an alternate source. That doesn't necessarily need to be a dam. As I said, there's 3 portfolio options there. That could be a water treatment plant. It could be a duplication of an existing pipeline. It could be a number of different options, with the intention of, by the next Water Vision 2076, getting a prioritised list from council as to where they would like to see the efforts of this office put towards solving that more immediate problem.
And I take it the water treatment plant would include what is commonly referred to as recycled water as well.
That is correct, Councillor Shine, when we talk about recycled water, and I understand that is a topic that has previously been of great debate within our community. However, recycled water does not just necessarily mean an option that has been discussed by this community. It does include secondary and alternate uses for recycled water, such as industrial use and others. We will look to investigate all of those potential options and bring them to council as part of that next iteration of Water Vision.
Okay. Obviously, without undertaking that study, you're not in a position, I presume, to give us an estimate of cost or actually time for construction of an alternative source.
That's correct, Councillor Shine. So one of our main targets out of 2076 for those near-term options is to get some more detail, enabling council to make an informed decision about where it would like this office to prioritise its efforts into those projects. What I can say, councillors, is that none of those options are going to be, and I use the term cheap. All of them start in the hundreds of millions of dollars for either treatment plants or major pumping and trunk pumping infrastructure. These projects are not cheap. In comparison, they're on the same or similar level to the dam safety upgrade project that we're currently going through, and we want to ensure that council's making and providing the greatest opportunity to look at funding sources for those projects and work closely not just with council but also with state and federal governments to ensure that opportunities are seized early to ensure that the community of Toowoomba has a guarantee of water security.
And finally, the second part of the resolution of last week that's before us today is to support a case for, or is to support a proposition to the state government that it proceed with the Nathan Dam project. Is it correct that support is of minimal cost to us in terms of council officers' time involved?
That's correct, Councillor Shine. Our initial action would be to formulate some correspondence to the department, either through the Deputy Mayor or Mayor, requesting that this formally be put on the department's agenda, and then we would continue to advocate with our partners in Western Downs, looking to provide support where possible as opportunities arise. So through advocacy efforts with the LGAQ, Queensland Water Directorate, all of our existing advocacy arms, we'd be looking to ensure that Nathan Dam is put on the agenda. As you rightly said, Councillor Shine, it's been on the agenda for quite a significant period of time, but should the opportunity arise and the need arise for a regional water supply source, it is evidently clear out of this report that Nathan Dam is where council should be putting its focus.
Thank you for your answers, General Manager. Bearing in mind those answers, that I don't propose to seek to have the matter debated.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kerry. Councillor Carroll?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A couple of questions. I guess I support Councillor Shine in the Emu Creek feasibility study, in that it has come back this time, everyone has come back negative, and this time it has said that the yield would be half of what it was even thought to be in the last one. But my main question through you to our General Manager is, how do we sit supporting Nathan Dam pre-feasibility study when it is actually predominantly being thought of by other councils as an irrigation source, whereas our catalyst for going forward with this is for a drinking supply? And I heard the Mayor of Western Downs interviewed on the ABC through the week, and they hadn't actually even thought of, they may be now, but their main catalyst for supporting this is for irrigation, and ours is for a drinking supply. Is there conflict there? Should we support this?
Through you, Mr Chair. Thank you, Councillor Taylor. I will only say that water is life. The chamber understands that, and whether it be to support production of crops or other components, or in fact where council is looking to use this water for urban reticulation supply to our residents, water is water and is a critical component for life. I don't think that the two utilisations of water are in conflict with one another. There are many examples throughout the state where dams have been constructed and are used for multiple purposes, both being recreation, irrigation, and in fact for urban supply. So this would just be another example of ensuring that critical infrastructure and essentially expensive infrastructure like dams, when they are constructed, they are utilised for as much of the community's benefit as possible, and that may include multiple uses, not just for urban supply, but also for irrigation.
Thank you, Jake. Any other questions, councillors? If not, the motion is as per the recommendation from committee last week. Note 1, note the findings of the Emu Creek Dam pre-feasibility study, May 25, and that the recommendations of the report, including not pursuing this dam, are incorporated in Water Vision 2076, and 2, endorse the findings of the Nathan Dam pre-feasibility memo, May 25, and formally advocate to the Queensland State Government in support of a comprehensive investigation and feasibility of a regional rural water supply scheme from the proposed Nathan Dam. I have someone to move the motion. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, second by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. So, Trevor, we'll hand over to you now. This is the review of Aware and Waste Facility service levels.
Thanks, Mayor. Just going on from this, which was approved last week at committee meetings, could I also add into that motion that a 12-month review from the time it starts of the costings that it will cost after that, because there's a very complex dynamic of people living out there, and we're removing 6 waste bin storage areas. I have an absolute fear of illegal dumping, all that type of stuff, no matter what incentives we put forward to the public out there. I'd like to see a review of whether this is successful after 12 months, with costings that will be incurred in illegal dumpings and other bits and pieces that go on. Is that possible to put in that motion?
So, Councillor Trevor, just to summarise very quickly, would you like a third dot point that simply says,
yes, please,
Council receive a report in 12 months' time on the outcomes of this decision?
And the costings that have gone with...
Outcomes, including costings in this decision.
Okay, thank you.
Is that
would
just
suffice.
one sentence, which through the general course of doing our business, that would be something that we would do. More than happy to have it put in here, though.
I'd like it added, particularly for this one case.
Deanne is just putting this up here for you.
Okay. The reason for that is Councillor Edwina and myself went out on a councillor consultation out to those areas, and when we were out there several weeks ago, a month or so ago, they were requesting more bins. Now we've gone a full circle, and now we're removing them. So I still have fear of things not going quite right out there. I'd like to be proven wrong, but it could happen, and I just don't want us to be on a cost-saving measure and it costs more in 12 months.
We're just finalising some wording here, Councillor Trevor, so if you can have a look and see if this is reflective of what your intention is, that would be fine.
Okay, hopefully that suffices.
So that's a review to be provided after 12 months from the removal of the waste bin stations with the inclusions of costs and outcomes.
Okay. That's
Comfortable?
fine.
Jake,
Is that okay, Jake?
That won't be a
From
problem,
your
Mr. Mayor.
perspective. Thank you.
More than happy.
Councillor Trevor, do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Edwina? Any need to go into debate? Question, Councillor Kerry?
Just not sure what type of costs would be forthcoming from that review. Is it the additional cost of operating the main waste facility at Millmerran, or the cost saved by not having the...
So can I just jump in there, Jake, quickly? The option there then, Kerry, and I'm sure that Councillor Trevor would and Edwina would be comfortable, why don't we just simply say with the financial outcomes? So that would cover both sides of the ledger, because there are savings, which is why we're doing it, and there could be other costs. Is that fair and reasonable? Inclusion of financial outcomes.
Okay, yep.
Comfortable
Happy with that.
Trevor and Edwina? Okay. Any need to go into debate? Motions before us there. I don't propose to read that out again. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Jake, very much. We'll see you back later on. Councillors, we move then to item 8.3. There are 4 substantive items on this, the first of which is item 3, review of subordinate local law 1.15. Item 4, review of works on road permits. Item 5, New Ackland Coal Mine Stage 3 project. And item 6 is the public transport levy proposed projects and initiatives. Noting that we have some declarations from Councillor Gary in regard to item 3. However, you can stay in the room for any discussion that will take place, Gary, and then remove yourself from the room for the vote. And item number 4, you will participate in the decision, including by voting on the matter. Does anyone have a need to pull out items 5 or 6? So we'll deal with 3 and 4 separately. If not, the first motion is that the report of the Infrastructure Committee dated 10 June 2025 be received and, with the exception of item numbers 3 and 4, the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Carroll. Seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Now, Councillor Gary, we are moving then to item number 3, which is the subordinate local law 1.15. Councillors, I ask the question if there's any discussion required. If there's no discussion, then Gary, if you could leave for this vote, please, and then we'll call you back in for the next one. Councillors, the motion is as per our committee last week, is in 2 parts, 1 and 2. If someone moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Councillor Kerry? In favour? Unanimous. Thank you. We'll move, if Councillor Gary can come back in, that would be great. Thanks, Anne-Marie. This is the final motion for Infrastructure Committee, and that is in relation to item number 4. And the motion is as per the committee recommendations last week. If someone move the recommendation, moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Any need to go into debate? No need to go into debate. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We do need to record that vote, so it's a unanimous decision, Deanne, for that one. Thank you. We then move, councillors, to item 8.4, which is the Environment and Community Committee. Again, 4 substantive items, the first of which is the item 3, Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct. Item 4, Weaving a Collective Future, the Intercultural Strategy. Item 5, Core Community Support Program. And item 6 is realigning council's cultural grants. Would anyone like to pull out any of those items? If not, councillors, the motion is that the report of the Environment Community Committee dated 10 June 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item 8.5, councillors, which is Corporate Services Committee, and there are 2 items. Item 3 is Controlled Entities Quarterly Report as at 31 March 2025, and item 4 is the sale of land for overdue rates and charges. Anyone like to pull any of those out? Okay, that being the case, the motion is that the report of the Corporate Services Committee dating 10 June 2025 be received. This is for Corporate Services. Move. Councillor Edwina, seconder.
Can I ask a question regarding the overdue rates?
If you'd like to ask a question, we need to pull that out and decide on it separately.
Can I request that it be pulled out so I can
Okay,
ask a question?
no problem. We can do that. So the first motion, therefore, is that the report of the Corporate Services Committee dated 10 June 2025 be received, with the exception of item number 3. The recommendations be adopted. Okay. Item 4, sorry, with the exception of item 4. Moved. Councillor James, second. Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Item number 4. Councillor Trevor.
Just regarding overdue rates, a lot of chitter-chatter on social media about how we're so bad at this and all that type of stuff. Can acting GM Anne-Marie explain the process so that the world knows how it all happens? We're not trying to rip people off. There's a due process of how it happens and how it's got to this stage. So the press and everyone else knows exactly how it comes to that stage.
Councillor Trevor, GM Anne-Marie is quite happy to answer that.
Good morning, councillors. So the properties that are in the current process have outstanding rates for over 3 years and over $3,000 and are not in any arrangement to pay with the council at this time. So if a ratepayer is struggling with paying the rates, we encourage them to reach out to our collections team, and they will go through plans, payment processes. And what we've found, going through this process every year, we end up with only 2 or 3 properties at the end of the year, sometimes none, sometimes 1. So it's the process that, if you like, brings it to a head, and we are doing the right thing. The vast majority of our ratepayers pay their rates on time, and this is for the 47 properties that were listed there that haven't. So over 3 years overdue, over $3,000, and not in any kind of arrangement to pay with council at this time.
Thanks for clarification.
Sorry?
Thanks for clarification. It's basically just not for this room, but for the general public and press listening in.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Appreciate it. I mean, there's 76 or around about 1,000 properties across the region to 47 properties, and you've heard the reasons that you get to that point. So thanks for asking the question to get clarity, Councillor Trevor. Therefore, any other questions in regard to that? Therefore, the motion is that the item number 4, which is the sale of land for overdue rates, as per on the screen before you, which was the committee recommendation, is right for someone to move. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to item 8.6, which is the Economic Development Committee. There were 2 items, first of which was the Development Incentive Policy, which is item 3, and item 5, which is confidential, Toowoomba Surrey Basin Enterprise Review of Funding Deed and Constitution. Councillor Gary, we will deal with item 3 separately in any respect because of your declaration. Is anyone wanting to pull out item number 5? Okay, and for the first motion, so Councillor Gary, you are right to stay for this first one, which will be for item number 5. And that is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 10 June 2025 be received, with the exception of item number 3, the recommendation therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Councillor Gary, you'll now remove yourself for this next one. Thank you, which is item number 3 that we're dealing with, which is Development Incentive Policy Review. I don't propose to read that out, councillors. The recommendation from committee is there before us. Can you slip down the screen a bit, please, Deanne, so that councillors are fully aware of what we're voting on? That's the motion before us. Councillor Tim, you have a question or happy to move? Moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. So we'll record that vote as well, Deanne. Thanks, Councillor Gary. Appreciate that. That's committees done, councillors. I propose that we move to the monthly performance statement, and then we will have a small adjournment. So, councillors, with your indulgence, I invite Anne-Marie, GM for Corporate Services, to come forward to present the monthly financial performance statement. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Welcome to you.
Good morning again, councillors. So presenting the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31st of May. The attachments that you've been provided with include the consolidated financial performance statement for the whole of council, a reforecast to the 30th of June, consolidated financial performance statement for our separate business units, for water, wastewater, waste services, and also one for the fleet and logistic business. The Treasury report, sustainability snapshot, key capital projects by group, the disaster recovery funding summary report, and the confidential monthly investment report. So the issues to the 31st of May indicate that operating income is on budget with a variance of less than 1%. Operating expenditures below budget by 2.6 million or 1%. Capital income is continuing to track above budget, and I mentioned this last month. That's due to sale of property that hadn't been included in the budget or in the budget review. Capital expenditure, we have gained some traction there. However, it's still tracking below budget with a variance of 16.4 million or 11%. The Treasury report does highlight our unrestricted cash expense ratio at just over 8 months at 223 million, and that's against the Queensland Government sustainability target of over 2 months. This is due to the final rates for the year. We're due to be paid on the 14th of May, so that completes the major income for the organisation for the full year. Operating surplus ratio at the 31st of May, 5% against a target of greater than 0%. So happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Any questions? Councillor Rebecca and then Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair, through you. Anne-Marie, you might have to take this on notice. The unrestricted cash expense cover ratio, which we have to keep above 2 months, what's the actual dollar figure of that, not in ratio terms, what's the actual dollar figure we need?
80 million.
80 million, okay, thank you.
And how we calculate that on the estimation to cover all our expenses for the 2 months period. So if there was no income coming in, what cash holdings would we need to cover all outgoings?
Councillor Tim.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Good morning, Anne-Marie. A couple of questions. Forecast deficit, it was sitting around 5.7 in budget review 2. I've seen numbers suggesting up around 14 at some stage. And I note you've got that down to 1.4 forecast budget deficit. Now that's, I mean, these change month on month, but it's good to see when we're getting very much towards the end of the financial year. So this is as at 31st of May. So that 1.4 million deficit, is that what you would propose will be come end of financial year, or are there still more work to be done this month on that?
So in January, we reported if we had have kept the level of spending that we were incurring at the rate, we were looking at a deficit around 14.9 million. And since then, we have taken measures to review all discretionary and non-discretionary spending, to defer expenditure wherever we could, to review recruitment activities. So all of those activities that we've carried out over the last few months have turned that result around from that 14.9 to 5.8, which was the budget review 2 figure. I think that went up to about 5.9 at the end of April, and that was due to an accounting error. So we've got that back to 1.4 million now, but we're still looking at any way we can to review our expenditure. So November last year, we commenced zero-based budgeting for this current financial year, but that allowed us to start reviewing our expenditure and what we were spending well. That's still a work in progress.
No, thank you. Can I pass on my sincere appreciation to you and your team from taking us to a $14.9 million forecast budget deficit to a $1.4 million budget deficit, and work still to be done in the last month. I did want to follow that up. The CapEx is below budget 16.4%, below budget 16.4 million or 11%. Now, I've seen in this room anywhere from a 25% to, I think, 2023, we did it bang on. When you don't do a capital budget project and you didn't spend $16.4 million, can you just put that on your deficit? Like, that's, I know you'll have a very complex answer around that, but can you just explain that to me?
No, so if a capital project hasn't been finished, what we will do is we will review that project at the Budget Review 1 process. So that's at the end of September. We look at any of those projects that carried over, and it's really challenging for capital works. If you're in the middle of a major project, you're not going to cut it off, directly at the 30th of June. There is always that risk that they will go across. When we looked at Budget Review 2, we didn't anticipate at that stage that any projects would be carried over into next financial year. So at this stage, we are anticipating that the full capital works programme will be delivered. If there are any carryovers, they'll be reviewed at BR1, the September budget review.
Thanks. So, thanks for your answers.
And so tomorrow's budget is the complete capital works programme for 2025-26. There were no carryovers included in that, and this is the first time. We usually have an element of carryover that we're anticipating. We do have multi-year projects which are not carryover, but we know we budget a portion every year for those.
So just to support Anne-Marie, so this current financial year, we'll get the final statements in September for October, which is when the annual report gets delivered. So we'll know at that point what that is, because there's capitalisation of projects that takes place over the next few months as well, shifting some into operational and what have you. So it's not an exact science, some of this stuff, and that's where it's pretty volatile. But not spending or an underspending capital has minimal effect on the operational situation. So it won't affect the deficit or surplus in that regard. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Any other questions, councillors? You're happy to move the motion there. The monthly performance statement for the period ending 31 May be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Councillors, like to move to adjourn for 10 minutes. Have someone move that for us? Moved by Councillor Gary, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Councillors, we'll resume our meeting. Thank you very much for your attendance. Item number 10 is the Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report, and I'll hand over to Nick.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, the Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report, the only content included for you this month is the Outstanding Council Decisions Register. That's included for you in two formats, one in open and one in confidential. It's confidential because of the additional detail that's provided there for you. I have no other matters to update you on, given that I'm sitting in the chair for five days this week, and my colleagues will take over and do their stints as acting CEO in the subsequent weeks. But if there are any matters of concern to you that I can attempt to resolve or follow up for you, please just ask.
Thanks very much, Nick. Councillors, the recommendation is the Acting Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. If someone moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item number 11, which is the Mayor's monthly report, and it is there for your reading and also obviously online. Nick, you mentioned just then it's important for community to know that Interim CEO Colin Jensen finished with us last Friday, and we acknowledged Colin on his departure for his wise counsel on many matters and his leadership over the last 4 months. During now and when our incoming CEO, Sal Petrosito, will commence on the 14th of July, Nick Hauser will be the acting CEO this week, Anne-Marie Johnson the following week, Jack Passier the following week, and Mike Brady the final week before Sal commences, just simply for knowledge and understanding. So, councillors, the report is there for you all. I'll treat it as read and ask for someone to move the motion. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move, councillors, to item number 12, which is officers' reports, and 12.1 is the community grant sponsorship, investing opportunities to drive operational efficiency and deliver aligned community outcomes. The author is Megan Bowdler. However, Nick, are you happy to talk to this one?
Mayor, I'm happy to get started and talk to this one. The staff were planning on attending. I think they've probably been caught a little bit short, probably watching the live stream and missing that. So I'm happy to introduce the report, and I'm sure they'll be on their way. Councillors, we conducted an information session with you recently around reviewing a new way or rethinking the way we deliver grants and sponsorships across the suite of our grants programs. And it was proposed to make some amendments to the way we do that temporarily for this upcoming 25-26 year, and moving from 2 rounds of grant programs to 1, to allow us to undertake a more detailed investigation and work through with you changes to policy and the way that we can deliver those grants programs. So before you is a recommendation that allows that to happen, to move to the 1 grant round for this year. The details are outlined in each of the specific grant guidelines for which we operate. And we typically, and those guidelines have 2 grant programs, one that begins on the 1st of July, one that begins on the 1st of February. And we're proposing to move to 1 grant program round for this financial year. Commencing 1 July, we would extend the date for advertising to 6 weeks from what's ordinarily 4 weeks, to allow us to communicate with past and prospective applicants through the grants program and ensure that there's adequate promotion of that and encourage people to make those applications. We're also proposing to amend the micro grants program guidelines by making them available for a longer period of time. I think that was beginning October and running for a number of months, and extending the value of the micro grants program from $500 to $1,000, and that's intended to mitigate some of the loss of access to grants programs for those groups that might choose to apply. The other element of the report is to continue to establish and embed the dedicated competitive sponsorship program budget. At a point last year, for this current year's budget, 24-25, Council approved the creation of a consolidated competitive sponsorship budget program and allocated $100,000 to that program. The decision of the time was time-bound for the 1 year, so we're proposing to continue that into the future. So the report addresses those items, and the recommendations are structured such to enable that to occur.
Thanks very much. We've got the property services team in for the next one, which is great. Nick, you've done a fair job there. We had this session last week, so I appreciate that. James, Councillor James, you wanted to question?
I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Okay, we'll make that as a point. And Councillor Tim, you had a question?
Yeah, could I ask a few, Chair, through you to the acting CEO? You're probably pretty qualified to answer it. I'd propose, Nick, I don't know, I just had a bit of an uneasy feeling about this late last night when I was reading through the details again. So there's 2 rounds at the moment. We're going to go to 1, right? And whilst there's a huge administrative burden on your team fulfilling these grants, I just think, so 1 round a year in July, no volunteer management committee is thinking about what's going to happen in, over Christmas with their sports club, and so the February round has been really helpful. So, let's say you get 15 new members or 50 new members over the Christmas break and you want a community grant because you've got more team, and now we're going to 1 a year, it's July only. So I just wonder about what this looks like for the average club, community group, who might need that grant, for the Christmas period, and the organisational changes that they're going to have to do it only once a year. So can you just outline that a little bit for me?
Thanks, Councillor Tim. We'll start with Nick, and welcome to Paul. Megan, thank you to you as well, and Eddie, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll lead off on the question, and I might reframe it just as I noted the team are walking in halfway through the question. So the question was, moving from 2 programs to 1, how will that affect organisations that have become accustomed to applying in the second round and may not be ready in time now to take advantage of just 1 round in July. So what we propose to do is we will write to every past applicant for the last 3 years, I think is the time frame that we're looking at, to advise people of the change, and we're extending the opening time for the grants. So they're typically open for 4 weeks, and we're proposing to open them for 6 weeks. So there's some additional time to get organised. So we will do that. We'll use our other channels of communication to promote those changes. I think the micro grants is also an opportunity to help mitigate any of those risks. So extending the value from $500 to $1,000. They are less administratively burdensome in terms of their application process and the assessment process. And a large number of those applications that we get would fall within the $1,000 grant value anyway. So that goes, it won't address all of those concerns, Councillor Tim, so I wouldn't say that, but it will go a long way to addressing many of them. But if the team has anything to add to that, I'd be happy to throw to them.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning, councillors. Just in addition to what Nick was saying, we're also intending to do some marketing out through the My Community Directory platform, so it'll have good reach across the region. Also out through our regional community development network in terms of their newsletters and so forth. And there is a series of grant workshops scheduled for late June, and part of that process with educating people on how to complete the grants process. Part of that will be educating them around 1 round in 25-6 as well.
Yeah, thanks. Can I just have a follow-up, Chair, just quickly? I kind of, the idea when back in the day when councils used to be involved in this process, you go through your July round and there could be an entire budget worth of grants there, so you kind of got to go for about half because you don't know what you're going to get in February. And so this puts it all in 1 year, which might be a help. I suppose, this graph here says that in 23-24, and I know that was coming out of COVID, but that was a huge year for grants. There was over 200 applicants for grants that year. and 67 of them not successful. So that was pretty big. I mean, are your team going to be right to do this in one go? That's a lot of work to do in one go rather than over 2 goes. But more importantly, would the one round, if you got 67 out of 200, 97 out of 200 not successful, would that help that number of less successful grants to put it all in one go, because we don't have to go, budgeting for the next round and all that? So is it administratively possible to get through that many in one go, and will this help the amount of unsuccessfuls?
Thanks for the question. Administratively, yes, the demand will certainly be on, that is for sure. It's really going to depend on the number of applications that come through, but we are gearing up in readiness for that. In relation to the quality of applications and whether they're eligible or ineligible and so forth, that will come out in the wash in terms of the number of applications and the type and style of applications. So in terms of resourcing, I think we'll be okay. We're planning for that.
It for you, Councillor Tim. Councillor Rebecca, was it on the same subject, or we'll circle around to you?
Just when questions are exhausted, I'm
That's
happy to
fine.
second.
Okay, Councillor Edwina, then Councillor Trevor. You're all right? Councillor Trevor.
Just to the team up there, how can you be absolutely sure that this is going to be distributed equitably across all different sectors of our society and all regions of our society with, to me, first in, best dressed type of scenario? How can it be distributed equitably across our whole region and societies, different members of society coming from different avenues or walks of life?
Yeah, so that will be based upon this, I guess, the success of our marketing and education at the front end before the application's open and through the application period as well. I think what you might be alluding to is some concepts that were discussed in the information session around what future state might look like. There's a lot of work to be done between now and then, and a series of workshops to come back and have conversations with councillors in relation to prioritisation models and so forth, centralisations of budgets, etc. So that won't happen as part of round 1, 25-26. That's for further discussion with council through the remainder of 25-6 and the lead up to 26-7.
Because I just don't want to see it all going one street instead of different branches across our community with different community groups.
Thank you. It's a fair point. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's always been my concern that that is what happens. It has happened in the past. And I suggest that we need to more involve the CLOs from out in those areas, because when we do get a list, you will find that there's small groups that find it all just too hard. And I guess, being someone who's been round the table since amalgamation, our smaller councils used to help those small organisations, and now this is where they're directed to, but some of them don't have the capacity to do it. I know it's a burden on people, but that is why the CLOs were appointed, to fill that role and to bring those small groups up and help them to participate in applying for grants that actually do then hit all areas of the community. So I think I'd just like to have reassurance that there's going to be a special effort put in there, not just online, because interestingly enough, a lot of people don't use online still, and some of those small groups, they're all volunteers and they need some help to be able to apply for those grants. And it's very important, if we're going to have the grants for our community, that they're available to all areas of our community. I'm not saying that they're not, they are, but they aren't, because some haven't got the capacity to actually apply, know how to apply. They walk in, they do what they have to do to conduct an event, to have an AGM, to do what they need to do, but they haven't got the capacity or ability to actually apply online for those grants. So I'd like to have reassurance, please, that our CLOs are going to be doing a little bit more work in that space with those small groups. Thank you.
Paul, I'll hand over to you just to highlight the approach.
Yes, thank you. Further to what the acting CEO was saying before in relation to education program. I alluded to earlier there is a face-to-face workshop happening, or a series of workshops happening in late June. So they are specifically around how to leverage grant opportunities, be it council's grant programs or other organisations, and stepping them through how to use council's Smarty Grants process. So I can assure you that the regional community development officers are heavily engaged through this process, and they will continue to work with their communities around how to leverage these opportunities as and when they come up. So they have been doing that for a number of years, but we've been engaging with them very closely in relation to the proposed changes for 25-6 as outlined in this report.
Thanks, thanks, Paul. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor James, did you want a question or a comment?
With your indulgence, just a quick comment as the mover, if we're at that point, or I can say
well, you've moved, and we've got a seconder in Councillor Rebecca.
All I wanted to add briefly, obviously, is I think all of these questions that have been posed here are exactly the exact things that, Meg, through the body of work you've done that you've looked at. It's not only the CLOs, but I mean it's also, you look on the most the biggest words of encouragement that we give anybody that's applying for a grant before the grant process is reach out to a grants officer. So they make that opportunity available to everybody, anybody. Actually, it's actually encouraged, because it creates for better grants and people. And I know a lot of people take up that opportunity. So the more people that certainly do that, and then as to the addition of the micro grants, is extending across that period of time. So why I think this is a good and a positive step. It's not only efficiencies in house. It's obviously just also trying to find the best fit for community. And look, like all of these sort of processes, it'll be, as we have been on this journey with grants, it can be reviewed in time. So if we review this process in time, and if in time it works out from a community point of view that it has some shortfalls, we can tweak it, we can change it, we can look at things. So I'm happy to move this, and I'm very positive about the words that I've heard from the officers around, obviously, that how it will be exposed to different groups, and as I said, hopefully it provides us with efficiencies and greater opportunities.
Thanks, Councillor James. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Any need to go into debate? If not, I put the vote. Those put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks very much, Paul and Megan. Thank you as well, Eddie. Appreciate your work as well. We move then, councillors, to item 12.2, which is the lease over restaurant space at Empire Theatre. The author is Chris Theodosis, noting Hugh's presence as well. Would you like me to go to you first, Hugh? Thank you.
Good morning, Council. The item we have before you today is a proposed lease renewal over the former Encores Theatre restaurant space at Empire Theatre. We had a previous resolution before Council with a renewal to the previous lessee, who was elected not to take that renewal up, and we have a alternative solution before you today. I'm happy to take the report as read, and noting the author, Chris Theodosis, is available to answer any questions.
Thanks very much, Hugh. I should mention Manager of Property Services, Hugh. Done, thank you. Questions, councillors, in regard to this? Councillor Tim.
Thanks, Chair. I do have a question. Morning, Hugh. Morning, Chris. In the issues section of your paper, the community service obligation paragraph, just want to pick up on that. So at present, we give the Empire Theatres X amount of dollars per year from our budget to run, and we also manage this lease that we make an income from. It's changing so that Empire Theatres will manage the lease, and the income that they get from that, we'll deduct that off our amount that we give them per year. So I suppose the question is, they're not getting any extra income from this. That amount's deducted from the amount that we give them every year. So they're taking on a lease and the work of operating a lease, but not actually getting any more income. So can you just talk to me about benefit to Empire Theatres?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So this is a proposal that was put forward originally by Empire Theatre Management. One of the benefits they foresee is that they have greater control and integration with the operations of the restaurant. So they have a greater ability to work with the restaurant in terms of I guess, programming when they're open, how they can complement the operations of the theatre themselves. It also gives them the ability, I think, to potentially run different services. My consultation with Chris and Juliana from the theatre is perhaps they could incorporate the catering arrangements as well, which hasn't previously been integrated. Certainly in the instructions we have had from the organisation is that we needed to consider the budget effect, and this is the proposal that we put forward, which effectively is a nil effect in terms of council's operating position. You quite succinctly summed that up, so there's no point. There's no need for me to re-prosecute that. The final point I would make is that the decision gives the ability for the CEO to negotiate that. So I'm sure there'll be further ongoing discussions around the way it's implemented, and I'm sure we'll keep you up to date on that process.
Thanks, Hugh. It's quite exciting what could take place in this space. So if there's no further questions, Chair, I'm happy to move.
I'll make a note of that, Councillor Tim. I've got another question or comment. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that financial arrangement, who then receives the lease payment as the theatres, as the a restaurant is leased out, and then, well, I won't go to the other question, but that one, please, because I think that yes, we need to consider it from the Empire Theatre's perspective, but we also need to consider it from a community perspective, because this is our leading restaurant, arguably, a leading restaurant that's been there for 28 years. And the community deserves to have that place of celebration and other things. So we need to have a certain, standard, I guess, of a lessee there. So my concern is, and I'm certainly the Empire Theatres would have the expertise to just to make sure that we do have the right lessee there. But who gets the lease money from the lease? Does it go to Empire Theatres, or does it come to Toowoomba Regional Council? Thanks.
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. So currently, under the previous arrangement, and it was leased as Encore's restaurant to the Rawlings family for 28 years, and over that period of time, it was leased directly from council to the restaurateur. That money was paid directly to council. It was in the order of $150,000 per annum. It would have been the latest figures in 25-26. So under the proposal that we're bringing to you today is that we would lease the restaurant space to the Empire Theatre, and then they would then sublease to a restaurateur. And under that scenario, it would be likely, in my view, that the revenue would then be collected by the Empire Theatre directly rather than to council. So they would have a sublease arrangement with a third party to run the restaurant. That's effectively how it would operate. Your question then went to council's ability to have oversight, I suppose, and I'm possibly not the best person to answer this, but my immediate thoughts in that is that we would provide assistance with the sublease arrangement. So we would provide assistance and support through that. Through the lease, we have the ability to approve the sublease, and then we also have the theatre as a subsidiary of council, and we have, board representation to some degree as well. So that there are reasonable controls, in my view, in relation to the eventual outcome. I hope I've answered it.
Thank you, Hugh. But the next question then, council has a loss of $180,000 a year.
Yes. So the idea as part of this report would be that that would be netted off against the operating grant to the Empire Theatre. So it effectively is at no cost to council, but it is subject to CEO negotiation.
And I wasn't going to mention it, but it was mentioned, the amount of money. Thank you.
Councillor Kerry.
Just a clarification, the sublease arrangement that will be between the Empire and the restaurateur, in the normal course, they would be the two parties to that contract, and the head lessor, the council, would not necessarily have any input into the conditions of it. I take it, though, in this circumstance, that council will be intricately involved with the drafting of the sublease as well as the lease to make sure that the standards that are required are met, as well as the financial arrangements are satisfactory from a council point of view as well.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Through you, Chair. To answer the first question, council's standard lease, has a clause in it to say that the site or the premises cannot be sublet without the formal consent of the head lessor. So we will have a say in the sublease arrangements, and the sublease document itself has to be approved by the head lessor as well. So we'll be covering both bases on it.
Very good, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? We've got a mover in Councillor Tim, seconder, Councillor James. That's the motion that's before us there. Council resolves that an exemption under section 2361CI of Local Government Regulation 2012 applies in relation to the disposal of an interest in land described as part of Lot 27 on SP 160568, other than by tender or auction, and 2, the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to negotiate and enter into a lease agreement with Empire Theatres P2 Ltd as lessee over part of the land at 56A Neil Street, Toowoomba, and described as part of Lot 27 on SP 160568, subject to the terms and conditions. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor James. Any to go into debate? If not, I put the sorry.
Just ask one question. If this is approved, are we ready with a lease to go, or are they ready for a lease to go? Because sometimes around here things take forever, because we don't want that restaurant to sit there idly for months and months and months.
Abbreviation time frame.
We already have a lease ready to go. It was prepared for the previous tenant. The process that we'll need to follow is an expression of interest process that will be led by Empire Theatre Management with our support. We won't, as part of this arrangement, we won't have absolute control over the process of that, but we'll certainly support it. So in terms of a lease being ready, it's already ready to go.
Thanks, Hugh.
Okay, any need to go into debate? If not, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? Like your vote recorded, Councillor Carroll. If you can record Councillor Carroll against that motion. Thanks, Hugh. Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Item number 13, councillors, is matters of which notice has been given. Item 13.1 is Councillor Carol Taylor, exemption of fees and charges on council facilities for defence-related commemorations. I'll hand over to you, Councillor Carroll.
Thank you. It's 13 matters which notes. Actually, thank you. Council has set its fees and charges in such a way that they have had unintended consequences. And that I know that there are more than just the one area that I will speak about that has been impacted by this. But Anzac Day is a day of national commemoration, as are Armistice Day, which is now called Remembrance Day, and other things like that. There is a public holiday for Anzac Day, but what happens at the moment, it's nobody's fault, it's an unintended consequence of the way we set our fees and charges. And what has happened at Greenmount, and it just use Greenmount as an example, there's a small committee that actually helps to run Anzac Day. They're run up by volunteers. They've consisted of both schools in the area. And what has happened is that a family had to pay a bond for the use of the park area, which included the cenotaph. And then they had to put that, one family paid it, and then they had to wait for over a month to get that money back. The other matter that compounded that was that because they used a PA and other things out there, they also had to pay for electricity to hold the event for our community to conduct Anzac Day. Now, I know that other communities are affected in this way, and it was never, I don't believe, the intention of anybody on council, including the councillors of the day here. So with the community environment and the CEO of the day's support, and I've brought this motion here for us to address this matter, and I read it out there now that council amend the 25-26 Register of Fees and Charges to provide an exemption from bond fees and electricity charges for defence-related commemorations when utilising facilities controlled by the Toowoomba Regional Council. This exemption is to apply to all facilities of council that may be used for the purpose of commemorating the war efforts of Australia. And I do thank our Acting CEO, Nick Hauser, Sally Egan, and their team for helping with this. And I have put this past councillors. It was a thing that nobody ever intended to happen, and this is actually to rectify that. So I'm happy to move that, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, I have a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Melissa. Any need to go into debate? If not, I put the motion. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. We move to item 13.2, Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff, Planning and Development Committee motion from ordinary meeting of Council of 10 December 2024. Over to you, Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I'll reserve my right to sum up if there's questions, but otherwise I'll just leave it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to read the motion then as you move it, and we'll go for a seconder?
Sure. That Council 1 authorise the CEO or delegate to undertake an investigation into the management of significant vegetation in the region, and 2, based on the outcomes of that investigation and consultation with interested stakeholders, the recommendations to manage that vegetation with a view to minimising loss to vegetation be included in the new planning scheme.
Thank you. I have a seconder for the motion. Seconded by Councillor Edwina. Any need to go into debate or discussion? Question, Councillor Tim.
Oh, look,
Councillor
Chair,
Gary.
This is not debate, this is question. I just have a fair few issues that I'd kind of need worked through before I could sign off on this today. And so if I just ask my concerns, move the motion, might clarify them so they're questions rather than debate, Chair. But I suppose I feel like to the mover that we had a TLPI, it was defeated in this chamber. This, to me, looks like the same thing under a different name, to be really honest. I have issues with the fact that we're authorising the CEO, but then we're saying it is included. So it means that it's subject to investigation, but it has to be put in there. And I just wonder what we're delegating to the CEO to investigate and put in. I think that should be a council decision, and I know it's consultation with interested stakeholders, but I kind of think we need to work this through rather than just giving it to the stakeholder, to the CEO to do. I would love to know significant vegetation where private land or public land or both, and that's a huge game changer, because if we start going down that trail, that's huge. But further, I've had some conversations with officers about this in the past few weeks, and the suggestion is, well, firstly, this work may already be done, do we need a motion to back up what's being done? And finally, the idea that we put it in the planning scheme may not need to be in the planning scheme. So my conversations around this as a local law might also be a suitable option. So I suppose at this stage I can't give the CEO to undertake the investigation and based on that put in the planning scheme. I don't know if it needs to go in the planning scheme. I don't know if we need it. Don't know if there's the best way to do it. And I sort of want some more parameters around the work. So I suppose from here, what we often do is we go and amend the wording and then do it on the fly, and we're here for an hour or so trying to change words, and that's the mover's responsibility. But can we change those things in wordsmith, or are we still going ahead, I suppose, is the question. So to you, Councillor Rebecca.
There's probably three parts to that: the significant vegetation, the officers saying they're already doing it, and implementing into planning scheme. In summary, they're probably the three.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to address them. So the first thing is to say that this motion actually came to Council in December, and it was moved by Councillor McMahon and seconded by It was the motion parts 1, 2 and 3, which are spelt out in the reasons for this motion.
If we can, I think in the report it actually says that, so you can just screen back. We'll just deal with this at that time. So that's the reasons for the motion that Councillor Rebecca has put forward. That's the exact wording from the 10th of December. That's correct.
Right. That's right. So I'll give some answers, and then some commentary. Then, so the concern that it won't be a councillor decision, this was actually as a result of consultation with the interim CEO and the acting general manager of planning and Hayley, who's in charge of working on the planning scheme. And the thought was that this is going to take some time to workshop with councillors, and instead of asking for a report to come back to council, that it be done as part of the work that we're doing in those planning scheme sessions. So it was really actually just to try to address the fact that council officers are trying to get this planning scheme done. They're looking at months and months and months for this work, and instead of then putting a timeline, which I will speak to then later, putting a timeline and having to get a report back to council, that this could be worked on as we're doing with all of the other aspects of the planning scheme. The concern that it's not going to be a council decision shouldn't be a concern, because all of the issues that we are working on with the planning scheme, we are going through incrementally here in our workshops with councillors. So, and if I can then, Chair, this motion is amended from what came to us in December, and what came to us in December and was resolved by this council was firstly not to proceed with the TLPI. Now that's been done. But parts 2 and 3, that there be an investigation into the management of significant vegetation in the region, that's not been done. Part 3, that based on the outcomes of this investigation and consultation with interested stakeholders, the report to come to council by or before June 25. Now that hasn't happened. And that report, per the motion, was supposed to contain recommendations to manage that vegetation with a view to minimising loss to vegetation. So the concept and the conceit of the motion that we are looking at today is exactly, without the TLPI inclusion, because that's been actioned, what was supposed to happen by now and hasn't happened.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. Councillor Tim.
Oh, no, thank you for that. I don't disagree with anything you said. I think the This isn't the same motion we passed. That was to report to come to us to talk on. This is skip all that and just put it straight in the planning scheme. And that's the part I have significant objection with, the main part.
Okay, well, let's. There'll be an opportunity to speak in debate around that because we're pretty well on to debate here. Councillor Carroll, did you have a question on it? No. Okay. Sure, that's okay. So, councillors, there is the motion there. Now, Councillor Rebecca, I'm happy for you to talk to this motion. We've got a mover and a seconder. Seconder is Councillor Edwina. So if you'd like to talk to it, obviously we are going to go into debate, so treat this as the first part. If you don't mind, I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this motion stems from what came to Council in December of 2025. And I didn't actually even support that motion that came to Council in December of 2025. I voted against it because I couldn't support abandoning the TLPI. That motion that came to us in December, that was moved by Councillor McMahon and seconded by Councillor Gardner. That body of work, as per the resolution of Council, was supposed to come to us by this month. Now, that hasn't happened. And I've spoken about this, and unfortunately, I'm going to have to speak about it again. What we do in this chamber, when we pass resolutions, that's our job. This job has some terrific parts to it, some real privileges and some beautiful, important parts to it. And it's also got some real challenges. We give up time working on other things, pursuing other careers. Some of us could be working in businesses. We could be spending time with our family. This job is demanding. Some of us have health impacts because of this job. Some of us even have security impacts because of this job. But what we expect and what the community expects is when there is a motion passed by this council, it's not parked on a shelf and that council officers pick and choose which motions they deliver. We expect, and the community expects, if there is a motion passed by council, it gets done. Now, this motion that we passed in December by majority, not including me, it was nonetheless a resolution of the council. It wasn't done. And I think that's a damn disgrace. Because what are we doing here? If all of those sacrifices that we make don't result in a motion being delivered, it makes a mockery of all of the hard work that we do in this job. It was the desire of council to do this work, and it hasn't been done, and this motion addresses that.
Speaker against the motion, Councillor Tim.
Thank you, Chair. I don't disagree with anything Councillor Von Hoff put forward. You're correct. There was a motion that I moved and the work hasn't been done. And here we are. I also think more broadly, it is the job of councillors around this table to get ideas, to bring them forward, to look at them, to get the facts on the table. If that means putting money towards the report, like we've done with dams and other things, that's the way we do things here. Then we get the facts on the table and we make a decision with the facts on the table. That's how we do things around this table. I actually loathe the fact that I'm sitting here as the guy that's got to go into debate against this, because there is some merit, but it just, to my hand on heart, I cannot support this in its current scheme, because this is significant work that we are being asked to do here, and this is not the same motion as the last one. The last one said bring a report to council, and I agree with you, that has not been done. But we can't sit here and go, this work has not been done, so let's just put it straight in the planning scheme. Colleague, this is a huge issue that I think there's a body of work missing here, that we need to, at some point, have the valid conversations about what, if any, public or private land where local environmental significance, as opposed, which trees are we talking about here? What level of impact are we going to do? And I can't sit here and say, we'll just skip all of that work and go straight into the planning scheme. I want us to be involved in this. I think officers want us to be involved in this. The community wants us to be involved in this, and it would be very unwise for us to say we're not going to look at a report on the details, we're just going to delegate and go straight to the planning scheme. So, colleagues, there is some work to be done in this regard. We are not at that space yet, and for that reason, I must, hand on heart, speak against this and urge colleagues that we are not at this level yet.
A speaker in favour of the motion? Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Tim. And look, you put forward this motion that we're referring to, the 3 points below, and I did second that. We did ask for this to come to us, and it disappoints me that we haven't received it, but I also understand the sheer volume of work that the planning team are under, and the lack of resources that they have right now, and a number of the team all in acting positions. However, reinforcing what Councillor Rebecca said, if we ask for something as councillors, we require the business, it's us telling the business what we really want, what our desires are for the business to move forward. And our officers in this point haven't acted on that, but I understand why, but we need to move forward. And from now on, look at what this chamber is asking. I too didn't support the TLPI. It was based on old mapping. It also didn't include things like areas of historical or vegetation of historical, cultural or environmental significance, which I think should all be included. I'm here supporting this because I do want to look after our environment. I do want to see it in our planning scheme, and knowing the process that we've been going through our planning scheme, every Monday when we've got those hours of work coming to us, sitting down, going through each of the different sections, by asking our team to investigate this in further detail, then they will bring it to us through one of those planning sessions. We'll be able to discuss it and form a view and ask more questions then. So, we still have to sign off on the planning scheme, and I believe that each of those areas within the planning scheme will gather further debate, and for that I support this. Thank you.
Councillor Edwina. Speaker against the motion? Councillor Gary.
Yeah, I agree with everything Tim said, and I don't see why the public should be burdened with over-regulation because of something that council officers didn't do. And there's enough regulation out there now protecting the environment stuff, and and when the officers have discretion, we're getting made to put trees, which is ridiculous, in middle of industrial blocks, and I think a lot of these and it's going to stop residential land when we need it. People have got to accept the fact that the land's going to be 400, 450 square metre blocks going forward. You cannot have 20 metre gum trees sitting in the middle of you can't get insurance, it's dangerous, and no one wants that. And I think we're over-regulating, as we've done. You only got to look at all our regulations for getting DAs now. We're way in front of everyone in the state. So we're bringing more in. I don't know what we're doing here. It's a disguise for something we rejected a while ago, in my opinion. Anyway.
A speaker in favour of the motion? Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I didn't think I'd get involved in this one, to be honest. But the reason I have got involved in it, and I respect all the points of view, obviously, that Tim's put forward and the reasons that he's stated, and same as Councillor Gardner. But I just want to try and bring it back to exactly what this is. And at the end of the day, the way I read this is, it's a time extension to deliver a body of work that Council by resolution voted to be done in December. And I know we can say, and I understand the point of a couple of additional words to it, but to me, I don't read any part of that where I feel like if I vote in favour of this, I'm signing away that it's 100% going straight towards a planning scheme. So again, I just want to, as I said, bring it right back. Realistically, take all of the other bits and pieces and it's a time extension to do a body of work that council by resolution voted to do. That's more or less what this is. And responsibly, based on the outcomes of that investigation, added with consultation with interested stakeholders, that's where the recommendations to where I think potentially those that are against it are jumping towards that this is what it will or won't do. As I said, to me, it doesn't read that it's defining what it's going to end up in a planning scheme. What it's doing, it's a body of work, an investigation on top of consultation, which then in turn, it's this council's decision on what ends up going into the planning scheme. So, as I said, whichever way you sit on it, why I'm happy to support it is purely based on that. And I'll say it again. To me, it's a request for an extension of time for a body of work that council already has voted by resolution to do.
Councillor James. Speaker against. Councillor Kerry.
No, thanks, Chair. I appreciate the arguments that have been used or been offered by the proponent and the objections by Councillor Tim. I intend to support Councillor Tim's view on the matter. First of all, I just didn't interpret it, what's happened, as an insult to councillors at all. The motion itself says authorise, doesn't say direct, and it doesn't. It does. I would have thought that the ordinary interpretation of the word authorise allows the discretion of the person to whom it is directed to carry it out or not. That might be a sort of a technical attitude, but nevertheless, I think it's a fair one. I think more importantly, though, you'd have to be living under a rock not to realise what's happened in our own planning department over the last 6 months in terms of the coming and going of officers in charge of planning. That's regrettable in my view, but it has happened. But it necessarily, I would have thought, meant some disruption or significant disruption perhaps in relation to working out what the priorities should be in terms of the workload, and taking into account also the fact that it has been over that period of time and before, possibly in the future, difficult to obtain the services of qualified people in that planning area. And thirdly, I think Councillor Tim's argument, which in my mind means that the issue involved is too important to rush, is persuasive in my coming to decision to oppose the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Speaker in favour of the motion, Councillor Trevor.
Thanks, Chair. Just going back with motions passed at previous meetings, past interim CEO Colin did pick up on that, and when a direction is given from this place, it should happen. If it can't happen, whoever's been authorised to do that work should come back to us and say, hey, we can't do it from this time frame, but we can do it in XYZ time frame. With the motion, part 2, should recommendations to manage that significant vegetation and minimising loss to significant vegetation be included in that wording? That would be up to the mover and seconder, obviously. Also, whoever does the investigation, bear in mind that canopy cover does not appear overnight. Canopy cover can take 5, 10, 20, 30 years to appear, and we've got old photos around Toowoomba that would test to that. And, you know, there have been some new estates established 30 years ago that had no trees, but now they're fully leaved, fully covered, and do have canopy cover. Also, whoever's doing the investigation offsets can be included in that. And obviously, it has not come back to, when this investigation comes to us, obviously we have at this stage not approved the new town plan to go be sent off to state government for their authorisation and sign off or correction, which will then come back to us and be part of a public consultation. So yeah, I'd be happy to move if mover and a seconder, do they see it advantageous to manage that significant vegetation and with a view of minimising loss to significant vegetation be included in the new town planning scheme?
That's a question that the mover and seconder could consider, keeping in mind that this is an investigation and consultation with interested parties would include council laws before any recommendations come to us. So it's no different to the one that was done prior. So I'll ask the mover and the seconder if they would like to do that.
I'm comfortable with it as is.
As is. Edwina? So just reinforcing that, that does say, based on the outcomes of investigation, consultation with interested stakeholders, which would be, including us, the recommendations to manage that be included. So that would, it's not a given that it is, but it is certainly indicating that that's a view that's shared from that motion. Speaker against. Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I could support this if you took be included in the new planning scheme out of it. Our planning scheme is running so far behind, as we all know. If council wants to prioritise the decisions they make in this room in our present situation, well then pull something out of the budget that's already been funded and engage a consultant to do it, because there isn't the capacity, as has been mentioned, in planning to do it at the time. Time is really short, and if we're rushing these things, the planning scheme, and this is my third planning scheme in my local government career. It won't go to the government once. It'll go to the government more than once, and it'll come back more than once. And as soon as then the day it's actually adopted, there will be issues with the planning scheme that we wouldn't have foreseen. And it happens with every single planning scheme, and that's where the amendments come in. We're already planning amendments, and perhaps an amendment might be the area where this goes. I'm not sure. I'm not a planner. I don't know if it can be done. But I think that questions that Councillor Tim has raised are quite pertinent. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about private land? If we're talking about private land, then there needs to be an enormous amount of public consultation. And we have to also, I love vegetation, love trees, I love canopy cover and corridors, but at the end of the day, if somebody's put their savings into a block of land for future subdivision, and then something comes in over the top of it with no due process of consulting with them, then I think that is probably not the way that we should go. If it's on public land, that's fine. I think that that's okay. If it's state government or local government land, we can easily grab that and go with it. But I think this is just too important to rush. And I think that at the end of the day, our planning scheme and the adoption of the planning scheme, which is critically needed, against the planning scheme that was really developed in 2012-13, is too important to hold back. So I think that this is kind of rushing stuff. If we needed to have this done, then we should have pulled something out of the budget and funded it. We make all sorts of decisions in here without thinking about the impacts financially, and then if we want something done, then we need to pull something out that's already been funded. I think I agree with the sentiment of this, but I think that it's just our planning scheme is at such a stage that we need to really consider and go carefully along this path. And if this is intended to be extended over privately owned land, then I think that this needs to be carefully considered. And I think the public and those people who own that land need to be very much included. it's not going to happen overnight, and I certainly don't support it in holding up the planning scheme. And I think that's my main objection to this. Our planning scheme has been held up matters of years now, and we need to get it in there. And I know we need to have vegetation controls in there, but it's a conversation we probably should have started probably 12 months ago. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. A speaker for the motion? If no more speakers for the motion, Councillor Rebecca, I'll go to you to sum up.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I'm trying not to laugh or cry at the proposal that we are rushing on this when this was a decision. It was a decision of council in December to pursue this. So December, January, February, March, April, May, June, 7 months later. I don't think we're in any fear here of rushing. This is about a motion and a resolution of council, and it hasn't been done, and they need more time. This is about giving them more time to do that. Every single one of us knows how this planning scheme process is working. Every single one of us knows Mondays from 9 until 12, we sit here and we work through things like lot sizes, road widths, growth fronts. That is something that we all work through bit by bit. And the fact that there are questions about what's included in this and what's not is precisely what would be worked through in all of those workshops, just the same as every other part of the work on the planning scheme. We know this process, and it is just not the case that based on this, and honestly, just really ask yourselves, knowing the process, do you seriously think based on this that there's going to be parts of the planning scheme when it comes to minimising significant vegetation loss that's put into the planning scheme that we're not going to have any idea about? Come on. We know in detail what is going into that planning scheme. It's taking years and money and a lot of our time. So just please, councillors, if this is something that's important to you, because we are the Garden City in the Garden Region, it is an extension of time on body of work that this council wants and directed its officers to do. And any questions is going to be worked through just the same as all those other aspects that we work through every Monday from 9 till 12 on the planning scheme. That will be addressed in exactly the same manner. This is an extension because the work hasn't been done when it was supposed to be done.
Thank you. That exhausts our debate. I will note that, councillors, we've got a motion there before us, it's clearly articulated. Just keeping in mind that if this motion is lost, we still have a substantive motion from December, which does exactly the same work. I'll just make that point before we go to the vote. So we've got a mover of Councillor Rebecca, seconder of Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against? Like your votes recorded? 6-4. So we've got against Councillor Gary, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Tim, Councillor Kerry. Thank you, councillors. We move then to item number 14, which is any other business council determines by resolution to be included in the agenda paper, of which there is one, comes from Councillor O'Shea. So, Councillor James, I'll hand over to you, and you might just talk to that motion or announce the motion. First and foremost, we'll get a seconder and then we'll talk to it if need be.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor. Councillors, I put forward this, or request that this motion be put forward for voting on. So yes, I'm asking permission be granted to consider at this meeting an amendment to the 2024-25 Parks and Recreation Branch fees and charges.
Thank you. So that's the first motion. So moved by James, seconded by Councillor Rebecca. Those in favour? Motion's carried. That's now, you can now go to your motion.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, councillors. I think this is probably an extension in a way, well, not an extension, but very, very similar principle to what Councillor Carol Taylor raised before. And what I'd like council to consider in this instance is the motion is that council amend the 2024-25 Parks and Recreation branch fees and charges to provide an exemption for park usage fees to not-for-profit community groups delivering a direct community service and where such community group has no capacity to generate revenue to meet council's park use charge. So I think it's, well, fairly self-explanatory. And the only couple of things I want to point out in regards to this, because I know there's obviously the potential for a lot of other different groups, and I don't think that's sort of the occasion for this, but I think the key words to consider in this is essentially that they are a not-for-profit community group, and the key part that says there where they have no capacity to generate revenue to meet council's park use charge. This is very similar to the motion or the amendment we made a while back in regards to service groups or outreach groups, which were delivering services to homeless communities and things like that. So that's your Rosies and other outreach programs like that. There has been a few other things, just for instance, like a Yarraman Driver Reviver, which sort of would fit this category here, but doesn't fall into that category that we've had previously of as I mentioned before. So I present this motion to council because I think it's an opportunity here for officers then that have the delegation to be able to waive fees when groups meet this exact criteria, and that's the important part. It's this exact criteria.
James, just before you're happy to second that, before you just go forward, we have made a slight change to that to amend the 25-26 Parks and Recreation.
Apologies. Yes,
That's
I should have read it off the screen. Would have been
No, that's
simpler.
fine.
So sorry, I amend. Yeah, what's
fine.
before you?
That's good. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Any questions or need to go into debate? Councillor Kerry and then Councillor. These are questions, not debate. Questions. Councillor Kerry and Councillor Rebecca.
I had some concern about the definition of community group, who it might be, and also how do you ascertain whether or not they have capacity to generate. But I think it's irrelevant, really, bearing in mind that it does have the words a direct community service. Whether that could be enlarged and expanded a little bit better, I don't know. But the examples that Councillor James has given are beyond argument that they should not be charged, I would have thought. But yeah, that's the only comment I make.
So perhaps if it's a comment, you don't need an answer to it, but perhaps it might be within the definition of that when it's done, and examples would then be given. Councillor Sean, that might help from a community-facing document. That's what you're saying, potentially, examples?
Councillors might think that that's sufficient. Direct community service is sufficient definition. I can't come up with a better one.
I'm not suggesting this gets changed, but from an officer perspective, the interpretation of that, I think, is where you're coming from, to give examples, and that might be the way to go. Councillor Rebecca?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. My question's sort of along the same lines, I suppose, and maybe through you to the acting CEO. For instance, community groups like who do Rotary organising Ride the Range or Peak to Park and that sort of stuff, would they fall into this or out of this?
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. In my view, they would fall out of this because they have the capacity to generate revenues, so that would exclude them.
We have a move of Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Any need to go into debate? If not, put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Council's item number 15 is the closing of the meeting for the CEO's Executive Monthly Report. So I propose that we push on and do that at this point in time. And there's a couple of items in that will be included. And therefore, while we're in open session, we have two declarations for item 16.1, which have been noted at the start of the report from Councillor Gary Gardner and Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff. So from a public perspective, when those items are discussed, both Councillor Gary and Councillor Rebecca will leave the room for those discussions. So we're all clear on that? Good. So therefore, the motion is to close the meeting in accordance with section 254J3 of Local Government Regulations 2012 to consider items in the agenda 16.1 and 16.2. The motion is to close the meeting. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. David, thanks, Anne-Marie. We're back into open session now, councillors, and we have a motion which we will consider. In fact, we'll do it in the order that we actually dealt with them, which was 16.2 first. That way all councillors are in the room. We'll do 16.2 first. And the motion before us in regard to the Civic Administration Building Project Update was that Council 1 note the reports already undertaken that inform previous works and progress to investigate the Civic Administration Building, and 2, reassess the procurement, development and investment options and opportunities available for delivery of a Civic Administration Building at 153 Herry Street. That's the motion. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Noting Councillor James is out of the room, Deanne. I'm not sure if you got that. So now, Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Gary, if you'd like to leave the room now, we'll do the next one, which is 16.1. You're about to stay out there then, because we'll adjourn after this. Okay, our next motion then, councillors, is that council note the acting Chief Executive Officer's advice in relation to the Toowoomba City Aerodrome. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Very good. Actually, we do bring them back in, sorry, because there was that little bit that you mentioned as well, Nick. I didn't have. Okay. It's just a slight change for the other items, Councillors Rebecca and Gary, so we will have a second motion in regard to that. And the motion is that Council approve the quarterly update be presented at the ordinary meeting of Council on 15th of July. That's the motion. Moved by Councillor Melissa, second by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, that takes us then to item number 17, which is a group report. So I propose we adjourn and resume the meeting at 1 p.m. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Return at 1 p.m. Thank you. Councillors, good afternoon. Welcome back to our ordinary meeting of council for June. We move to group reports, noting that councillors Shine and Councillor O'Shea are not back in the room at this point in time. However, that being the case, we will push forward for items 17.1 through to 17.5 and obviously the conclusion of the meeting. Welcome to Nia. Thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. So item 17.1, councillors, is the Planning and Development Group report, and Acting GM Dave Quinlan is here to present that report. Dave, so I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. I'll take the report as read, but I'll just touch on a few points. A report is being prepared in relation to the Central Highfields Master Plan, and we're planning to bring that back to Council Committee in August. The sale process for the former nursery site at Middleridge is up and away. It commenced on the 9th of this month, and I got advice yesterday that we've already received 30 inquiries in relation to that, which is, I'd suggest, quite positive. The last point I'd like to talk about generally is turnover of staff and recruitment to positions. We have Ed Johnson, the new GM, starting on the 30th of this month, along with Ben Kleinschmidt, who'll be Manager Development, Infrastructure and Growth. And then we've got Joe Kirkwood, who'll be the new Planning Manager, starting on the 14th of July, which is coincidentally when we get the when the new CEO starts. There are a range of other positions too in the group, which have turned over in recent times. Interestingly, if I turn my mind back, I think I'm the only manager still in council from the days of Stuart Summers, which was from the P&D area, which is less than 3 years ago. And so that has been substantial turnover. To my mind, what I've seen in the last couple of weeks is the group has a lot on, obviously. However, I would have to agree that with such turnover, there can be a little bit of destabilisation, and hopefully with these positions slotting in, we'll stabilise that. And one of the first points I'll make to Ed, which I've already spoken to him on the phone, is the planning scheme, and obviously his prior experience immediately up there in Cairns, I think will be quite useful in terms of progressing that. On the 30th of June, we don't have an information session about the planning scheme. We've changed that, as councillors would know, to responding to the EIS in relation to Inland Rail. So that'll give Ed a whole fortnight before he's having to deal with that issue. But with that, I'll hand over for any questions, Mr Mayor.
Thanks very much, David. Any questions for the Planning and Development Group report? If not, I'll call for a motion that Planning and Development Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thank you, David. We then move to item 17.2, which is water and waste, and welcome back to Jake Passier as the GM for this particular area. And Jake, I'll hand directly over to you for your group report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. I'm happy to take the report as read and answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much, Jake. Councillors, questions in regard to the group report for water and waste? Any questions? Be there no questions, the recommendation is that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Jake. We then move to Infrastructure Services Group and welcome and acknowledge General Manager Mike Brady. This is item 17.3. Councillors, welcome to you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. The Infrastructure Services Group report for May is tabled, and happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Mike. Appreciate that. Councillors, any questions in regard to the Infrastructure Services Group report? No questions. The recommendation before us is that the Infrastructure Services Group report be received. Ask for a motion. Call Councillor Carol Taylor move. Councillor Trevor Menteifel second. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Mike. We then move to item 17.4, Environment Community, and you're wearing the second hat today as acting CEO, also GM. Nick, so hand over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, I'll follow the lead of my colleagues and would say I take the report as read. However, I do note with a little sense of humour how timing can affect the relevance of some of the things that we write here. In Parks operation, we note that the warmer weather has contributed to successful propagation in the nursery. Clearly that report was written a couple of weeks ago before winter hit and the weather turned cold.
It was particularly written before Thursday and Friday of last week, that's for sure. Councillors, any questions in regard to Environment Community? Councillor Tim and Councillor Trevor.
Chair, thanks. Just love to pick your brain, Nick. The Oakey Depot, this is significant, I think, now that it's freeheld rather than in trust, and it's taken your team a good couple of years to get that through. So what does that mean for council, and where do we go with the Oakey Depot from here?
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Just to refresh councillors, I guess, around that one, we held the Oakey Depot in trust, and there are a number of constraints associated with its use. It was held for particular purposes. I can't remember if it was local government purposes or something like that, so there were a number of exclusions. Council had a view that we could get better utilisation of that depot through potential commercial arrangements, or there are all sorts of ideas that were floated at the time, and reports came to council. The constraining factor was the fact that it was a reserve and we didn't have that flexibility. So it's now been freeholded, and the idea is to call for expressions of interest from community to see what ideas come from that. There might be community purposes, it might be commercial purposes, but there'll be an exercise that we go through to do that.
And the process for doing that from trust to freehold, was that with lawyers, or was it a state government thing, or who were we liaising on with a good couple of years to get to that point?
It was with the state government, so we had to make application for the freeholding, and we had to compensate the state for the freeholding of that land. So it came at a cost to council, but now gives us that flexibility.
Thank you. Councillor Trevor.
Just as a comment, Mayor, following on from your opening statements this morning with the Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery, 2 weeks ago, I think it was, an opening there, 6 exhibitions opened in the one night. First time I ever witnessed that. Sometimes I've seen 2, but not 6. Certainly encourage anybody looking on today, or anybody in the room, family, friends, to go visit the exhibitions. There's something there for everyone. So, and a great job to Sue and the whole team down at Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery for putting on such a fabulous exhibition. And the Archie Moore is the first time it's left Canberra, so another first for Toowoomba, which is great. We've had a few firsts in that gallery, and it's awesome to see the work that those people are doing at the Toowoomba Regional Art Gallery.
Thanks very much, Councillor Trevor. Totally agree. Any other questions for Environment Community? If not, the recommendation before us is that the Environment Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We then move to item 17.5, which is the Corporate Services Group report, and welcome back to GM Anne-Marie Johnston. Welcome back, Anne-Marie. And I'll hand directly over to you, Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. Happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Appreciate it. Councillor Tim.
Chair, thanks. Hi again, Anne-Marie. Our Net Promoter Score was significantly in the negative as little as last month. Now it's at 26 in the positive. So that's a huge turnaround, and that's something to be quite proud of. Can you talk to the reason behind that positive shift?
I think, and I have spoken about this, when we have a negative score, when we have a positive score, it depends on who. That is just one measure of the sentiment in the organisation, and it's a measurement of people who are leaving the organisation. So I'd like the Net Promoter Score to be the same for the people that are still here. What we've been doing, I'm happy to share with councillors, we've been looking at the reasons people are staying and leaving the organisation, and we are not getting the negative sentiments. It's career progression that people are moving on, and I think it looks like from some of the feedback that we are a good training base and development base, and we know we do train and develop our people well. And when they move on to bigger and better things, I think as much as we're sad to see a lot of people go, we do have to celebrate some of those successes that we've helped to nourish and develop.
Thanks. Okay. Any other questions for Corporate Services? If there are no further questions, the recommendation is before us that the Corporate Services Group report be received. Moved Councillor Tim, seconded Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Okay, councillors, that in fact concludes the business of today's meeting, ordinary meeting of Council for June. Thank you very much for your attendance. And as a note, tomorrow morning, 9:30, special meeting of Council for budget consideration for 25-26. So thank you for attendance today, and look forward to seeing those online and in person tomorrow at 9:30. Good afternoon.